Hello from Germantown, Maryland. I welcome you to Dream TX.
Bonjour à tous depuis Genève en Suisse, and welcome to Dream Takes.
Hey Einstein, Dream TX, it's finally here.
Have fun!
Fun.
And now a mini meditation. Inhale serenity. Exhale whatever's happening here. Now bring your focus back to your customer, Tom. Salesforce Customer 360 helps you focus with a single view of your customer. Like Tom.
Who's Tom? Vítám vás na Dream TX z Prahy. Vemte si svůj oblíbený drink, zabalte se do deky a pořádně si to dneska užijte.
Hola, bienvenidos a Dream TX. Saludos desde Monterrey, Nuevo León, la ciudad de los empresarios, el fútbol y la carne asada. Les quiero presentar a algunos de nuestros miembros de la comunidad de administradores.
Hi from Florida and from Minnesota. Welcome to Dreamforce TX.
From the 7,641 islands of the Philippines. Welcome to Dream TX.
Välkommen till Dream TX önskar vi Lund, Sverige.
Hello, bonjour from snowy Toronto, Canada.
And now a mini meditation. Inhale serenity. Exhale whatever's happening here. Now bring your focus back to your customer, Tom. Salesforce Customer 360 helps you focus with a single view of your customer. Like Tom.
Who's Tom?
Hello from Germantown, Maryland. I welcome you to Dream TX.
Bonjour à tous depuis Genève en Suisse, and welcome to Dream Takes.
Hey Einstein, Dream TX, it's finally here.
Have fun!
Fun!
And now a mini meditation. Inhale serenity. Exhale whatever's happening here. Now bring your focus back to your customer, Tom. Salesforce Customer 360 helps you focus with a single view of your customer. Like Tom.
Who's Tom?
Vítám vás na Dream TX z Prahy. Vemte si svůj oblíbený drink, zabalte se do deky a pořádně si to dneska užijte.
Hola, bienvenidos a Dream TX. Saludos desde Monterrey, Nuevo León, la ciudad de los empresarios, el fútbol y la carne asada. Les quiero presentar a algunos de nuestros miembros de la comunidad de administradores.
from the 7,641 islands of the Philippines. Welcome to Dream TX.
Välkommen till Dream TX önskar vi Lund, Sverige.
Hello, bonjour from snowy Toronto, Canada.
And now a mini meditation. Inhale serenity. Exhale whatever's happening here. Now bring your focus back to your customer, Tom. Salesforce Customer 360 helps you focus with a single view of your customer. Like Tom.
Who's Tom?
Hello from Germantown, Maryland. I welcome you to Dream TX.
Bonjour à tous depuis Genève en Suisse, and welcome to Dream Takes.
Hey Einstein, Dream TX, it's finally here.
Have fun!
Fun.
And now a mini meditation. Inhale serenity. Exhale whatever's happening here. Now bring your focus back to your customer, Tom. Salesforce Customer 360 helps you focus with a single view of your customer. Like Tom.
Who's Tom?
Vítám vás na Dream TX z Prahy. Vemte si svůj oblíbený drink, zabalte se do deky a pořádně si to dneska užijte.
Hola, bienvenidos a Dream TX. Saludos desde Monterrey, Nuevo León, México, la ciudad de los empresarios, el fútbol y la carne asada. Les quiero presentar a algunos de nuestros miembros de la comunidad de administradores.
Done me and I bet I felt it. I tried to be chill, so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks, and I'm trying to get back before the cool done ran out. Am I giving in my best and nothing's gonna stop me? Divine intervention, I'm really gonna take my turn to win some or learn some. I won't hesitate. No more, it cannot be. I'm yours, there's no need to complicate our time. Is sure this is our fate. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and then you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find love, love, love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. Just one big family, God-forsaken right to be loved, love, 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 love. So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours, there's no need to complicate our time. Is sure this is our fate. I'm yours. Oh, 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 oh. Spinning away too long, took my tongue in the mirror, bending her back just to try to get clearer. My breath fogged in the glass, so I drew a new face and laughed. I guess what I've been saying, there ain't no better reason to write yourself a melody than just to make the season is what we aim to do. The name is our virtue. I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours, there's no need to complicate our time. Is sure this is our fate. I'm yours. Oh, 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 oh. Open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and then you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find love, love, love. And listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. Just one big family, a God-forsaken right to be loved, love, 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 love. So I won't certain no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours, there's no need to complicate. Our time is short, this is our fate. I'm yours. Oh, 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 oh. There's a little song I wrote, you might wanna sing it. Don't follow, don't worry, be happy. In this life we have little troubles, but don't worry, don't make it double. Don't worry, be happy. There's a little song I wrote, you might wanna sing it. No, oh no, don't worry, be happy. And in this life we have little troubles, but don't worry, don't make it double. Don't worry, be happy. When I wake up in the morning now, the sunlight hurts my eyes, and something without warning now bears heavy on my mind. When I look at you, the world is alright with me. Just one look at you, I know it's gonna be a lovely day, 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 lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seems possible and fair, when someone else instead of me always seems to know the way. When I look at you, and the world is all right with me. Just wanna look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day, 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 lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face, with someone else instead of me, always seems to know the way. When I look at you, and the world is all right with me. When I look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day, 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 lovely day. When I wake up in the morning now, sunlight hits my eyes, something without warm now is heavy on my mind. When I look at you, and the world is all right with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day, lovely day, lovely day, a lovely day, 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 lovely day. Lovely day, 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 lovely day.
Hello Trailblazers, this is Shanaz from Sri Lanka. I lead Women in Tech Colombo chapter and I welcome you all to Dream TX. Hey!
Welcome to Dream TX from the UK.
welcome Dream TX from Des Moines, Iowa.
Hello and Namaste Ohana. A very warm welcome to Dream TX APAC 2020. I'm Nitisha Jukaredi from Team Trailhead, and I also lead Journey to Salesforce program in India, which is probably where you know me from. Thank you for being here, and we are so excited to spend this day with you. 2020 has been challenging on us and our loved ones, but we faced it with high spirits, adapted to the new normal, and came back stronger. The most important thing is we did all of this together. Today, we may be socially distanced, but virtually connected, and we all are here to celebrate togetherness, to connect, learn, and have loads of fun. But what's fun without dancing in this part of the world, you all? So let's bring it on. Now, wherever you are, roll up your sleeves and dance with me. Ready? All right, these are the steps and follow me. I'm going to do it slow the first time. All you have to do is you put your right hand out and in, put your left hand out and in, and simply wave 2 times. I'm going to do it again. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now with music on, everybody. Faster. Again. And now one last time. All right. Ooh, I can't stop dancing, you all. Thank you all for dancing with me. Those are some exciting and great moves. I'm all pumped up now. And now, my favorite slide, the forward-looking statement, which essentially says you should only make purchasing decisions based on currently available features and functionalities. For more information, please visit our website. Alrighty, now before we start our show, I'm pleased to welcome our chairperson, CEO, Salesforce India, Arundhati Bhattacharya. Arundhati, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning to all of you joining us. Hello, everyone. Good morning to all of you joining us from India, and a good afternoon and good evening to all of those who are joining from the rest of Asia, Australia, and New Zealand. Welcome to Dream TX. Before I begin, let me take a moment to thank you, our whole army of trailblazers. And do you know, you're more than 1 million strong in India alone. Thank you ever so much for coming through this pandemic and help us innovate even in this period of stress. Your stories of resiliency, your stories of supporting one another, your stories of being there for the community, all of these enthuse us and inspire us. Thank you ever so much for all that you have done for us, because together we are strong. During this day, we are going to bring to you many new innovations, new products, new functionalities, and innovations. But at the heart of this all is Customer 360. And to tell us more about Customer 360, I'm thrilled to invite our EVP and GM, Sarah Franklin. She looks after platforms, Trailhead, and AppExchange. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, Arundhati, and hello, everybody in APAC. It's an honor to be here with all of you today and to share the latest Customer 360 innovation. The Customer 360 is how you can go digital fast, and it's how you can create a single source of truth for your customers across sales, service, commerce, marketing. A single source of truth for your data that you can see and understand with Tableau. And with MuleSoft, connect all of your legacy systems so that they become an asset rather than a liability. And just a few weeks ago, we announced the most significant technological shift in this platform since Mark and Parker created it like over 20 years ago. We call it Hyperforce. With Hyperforce, we deliver Salesforce on public cloud infrastructure around the world. This gives you that B2B to B2C scale with all of the trust that you expect from Salesforce, whether it's security, compliance, data residency, privacy. And for you developers, architects, and admins out there, this is the most remarkable thing. It's 100% backwards compatible. Your apps just work. This is already live. It's live in India and in Germany and rolling out to over 10 more countries next year. And we're going to show you these stories today. And they're all enabled by this amazing platform. And it starts with a single source of truth, the foundation of our platform. On top of that single source of truth, we have Einstein, our incredible low-code AI. And now Einstein AI is powering over 80 billion predictions a day. And on top of Einstein, we enable you to create incredible experiences to meet your users where they are, whether it's with apps or websites or channels or bots. And this incredible platform is also what we use to build Salesforce. All of our clouds are built with a platform. Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, Trailhead, all built with platform. Our industries are built with platform. Financial Services Cloud, Health Cloud. Salesforce is literally built with a platform. And we have an incredible ecosystem of partners who also build on the platform and provide you with ready to install apps, components, and templates on the AppExchange to give you that head start on your development. And you too can build on the same incredible platform. So today we're going to show you how you can go digital fast and scale with confidence and empower everyone. Let's get started and talk about what it means to go digital fast. You need to integrate systems, automate processes. And that's why last month we introduced Einstein Automate. With Einstein Automate, we're bringing together the power of one platform with MuleSoft and Velocity, AppExchange, and Einstein to deliver this end-to-end automation solution for the front to the back office across every industry. And we recently had the opportunity to talk with Sherry Graziano, the SVP and head of Mortgage Omni Experience at Truist. We asked her to introduce Truist to us and share what automation means to them. Let's hear what Sherry had to say.
So Truist is actually the result of a merger that recently happened about a year ago between two large financial institutions, BB&T and SunTrust. For us at Truist, we really think about automation sort of a few different ways. So one, it's thinking about where can you reduce perhaps steps in a process for a teammate, and then thinking through as you maybe reduce some of those steps with automation and technology, you may gain and garner additional efficiencies by way of those processes that are traditionally perhaps done in a different manual manner. At the end of the day, we think about direct connections using things like API and RPAs, but we're absolutely focused on how do we provide self-service capabilities that will empower our clients to engage with us the way that they want. And again, thinking through where does that human touch come into play on top of the automation to really have meaningful conversations with our clients.
I love how Truist focuses on empowering their clients with automation and self-service capabilities. Sherry says it so well. And to show you how you can do it too, I'm thrilled to introduce Monica Roberts with a demo inspired by Truist's vision. Monica, take it away.
Thanks, Sarah, and hello, everyone. I am so excited to connect with you to share some incredible innovation around integration and automation. So let's dive right in. First up, I'd like to introduce you to MuleSoft Composer, a new low-code integration tool. MuleSoft Composer comes with connectors for Salesforce, Workday, and many others to make it easy to integrate systems without writing code. So let's see it in action. Here is MuleSoft Composer, and you can see a list of integrations that were created before we got here. So let's create a new one. Here, we see a list of connections that have already been configured. For this simple example, we're going to create an integration between two Salesforce orgs. Cumulus Bank recently acquired Local Bank, resulting in multiple Salesforce orgs. Now, every time an account is created in the Local Bank org, we want to create the equivalent account in the Cumulus Bank org. So let's select the Local Bank org connection. We can name the step when an account is created, and then select the account object. Now, let's add another step. We select the Cumulus Bank connection and name the step Create Account. Now, let's specify that we want to create a record and select the account object. From here, we select the fields we want to create. That's it. Okay, let's save this integration and activate it. Perfect. Now, let's go to the Local Bank org and create a new account. Let's enter Acme as the name and save. Great. Now, here's the test. Let's go to the Cumulus Bank org and refresh the list of recent accounts. And there it is, the Acme account. Boom! How simple was that? This was a simple Salesforce to Salesforce example, but you can use Composer to build all sorts of integrations between different systems, and best of all, without code. So that was integration. Now let's focus on automation. Cumulus Bank provides their customers with a self-service mortgage application powered by Flow in their community. Let's go through the steps. The user, Connor, is already logged in, so we already have his personal information. He starts by indicating that he wants to purchase a new property. He then specifies the address of the house he wants to buy. We're using pre-built Lightning Web components to allow him to easily select the address and visualize it on the map. Now, this is where we show him important information about the property, like the assessed value and the sales history, so he can feel confident that he's not paying too much. Moving along, we can specify the sales price and the down payment. Now, this next screen is where it gets interesting. We can submit documents to support the application. So let's upload the W-2 tax form. Awesome. Now let's click Next. And that's it. The mortgage application has been submitted. Now let's go take a look at that record that the Flow created automatically. Here's the record with all the details. On the right side, you can see all the documents attached to the mortgage. And here's the W-2 document we just uploaded. Let's open the record. You can see the image we uploaded. But wait, on the right, you can see the record fields were automatically populated with the values extracted from the image. How did that happen? Well, today, I'm excited to introduce to you Einstein Form Reader, a new specialized OCR tool that makes it easy to extract data from forms. You want to see it in action? Of course you do. This is Einstein Form Reader, available in Setup. Here, you can map documents to Salesforce objects. You can see that we already mapped a driver's license and U.S. tax documents, like the W-2 and 1040 forms. Let's open the W-2 mapping. On the right, you can see what the document looks like. At the top, you can see the target object. In this case, we chose the Form W-2 custom object. On the left, you have a list of all the fields available in a W-2 form. All you have to do is map the document fields you're interested in to the fields in your target object in Salesforce. It's that simple. Okay, now let's take a look at the flow in Flow Builder to see how we tied everything together. First, you can see that we are using the new auto layout feature, which is pretty awesome. Let's open the customer data screen and take a look at another great feature currently in pilot. You can now create sections with multiple columns. You have full control over the column's width, and you can add fields or components to any of these columns to create awesome flow screens. All right, so now I want to show you the Get Property Data action. That's how we got the house information, including its assessed value and sales history. This action is powered by external services. Using external services in Flow, you can call any REST service that has an open API spec without writing code. This is a great example of extending Flow with Heroku. Let's go see that service in Heroku. As you can see, we are running on Heroku, and this is the open API spec for the Get Property Info service. Let's test it from here. We just need to provide an address, and here is the info about the house that can be directly consumed by the flow. That is how easy it is to extend Flow with services running on Heroku. Think of all the possibilities. Okay, so we're almost done. Let's roll back to the flow to see the Einstein Form Reader action. This is where we call the Einstein OCR API to scan the document. This is the action that will auto-magically populate record fields from an image based on the mapping we created in Einstein Form Reader. Now, whether you're using MuleSoft Composer, Einstein Form Reader, or Flow, you undeniably have plenty of tools to automate processes and go digital fast. Back to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Monica. I just love AI-powered automation and how it delivers a better customer and employee experience. And I really love how you can seamlessly extend our low-code tools like Flow and the power of Heroku when you need it. And because it's not just about innovating fast, you also need to scale to fit your needs. You should not have to sacrifice scalability or security, all of the aspects that are so important when you're building world-class applications. And to tell us more about scaling with confidence, I am thrilled to introduce Christoph Kuhnratz. Christoph, take it away.
Thank you, Sarah, and hello, DreamTX. I speak with many of you, and one thing I hear a lot is that you want more APIs, so you can compose applications with all the Salesforce services. That's why we continue to provide new APIs and embrace API standards. For example, in pilot in Winter 21, we provide OpenAPI 3.0 specs for the core REST APIs. Now let me show you how cool that is. So here we are on the command line, and with this simple command, you can generate an OpenAPI spec for the REST services in your org. And this spec is specific to your org because it includes your own custom objects. Cool. We can see that the spec was generated in a file called api.json. Now, you may ask, why is it so important to have a spec? And the reason is that it makes it really easy to use APIs with different languages and tools. And to see that in action, let's go to Postman. And here, let's import the spec that we just created. Great. You can see and call all the endpoints, including the endpoints for your custom objects, like mortgage. Now, the Einstein APIs also have an OpenAPI spec. For example, let's take a look at the OCR endpoint. Because of the spec, the tool knows the parameters we need to provide. For example, here, we need to provide the file we want to scan. So let's select the exact same W2 file we used before, and then send a request, and there you go. Einstein extracted the data from the image and mapped the values to the fields of the record we selected in Einstein Form Reader. Wow. Okay, so that was the API we called from the mortgage application flow. But now, I want to show you how you can scale this process even more. And for that, let's run the flow one more time. So we'll select New Property, enter the exact same address, and then we get the property information, and we specify the mortgage values. But here, instead of uploading a single document, we'll upload a zip file that contains multiple documents. Great. Let's click Next and submit the mortgage application. Okay, now let's go take a look at that mortgage record that was just created. We see the mortgage details on the left, and on the right you see 4 documents. These are the documents that were included in the zip file. And if we look at these documents, we see the original image, and on the right you see the fields populated by Einstein Form Reader. So what happens here is that when a zip file is uploaded, we unzip it, and then we perform OCR on all the documents included. Now, how did we do that? Well, we used a new superpower. We used a Salesforce function. With functions, you can use different languages like Node.js, and functions give you elastic scale when you need it. So let's take a look at that function. First, as you can see, yes, this is Node.js, which means that you can use all the Node.js libraries that you like here unzipper to unzip the file. With that, we unzip the file. Then for each document, we invoke the Einstein OCR API to extract the data. And finally, we create the records. That's it. Now, what I'm really excited about is that you can even run and test the function right here from your local development environment. All you have to do is create a JSON file with sample parameters for the function. Like here, the zip file we want to process. And then you just hit invoke. And as you can see, the function starts, it unzips the file, it extracts the data from the images, and it creates the records. Cool. Now, there is one more thing that I want to show you before we leave VS Code, and that is the brand new Socle Builder we recently released in beta. With Socle Builder, you can visually build a query. For example, let's select the mortgage object and then a few fields. And look at that, you can even run the query right here in VS Code. Okay, we are done with our changes, and it's time to move everything from the Scratch org to a sandbox. And that's now easy to do for everyone with the new DevOps Center. So let's take a look. So here we have an existing work item called Upload Documents from Flow. So let's pull the latest changes from the Scratch org. Great, we see the function definition and the new version of the flow. And now we can select the changes we want to deploy to the sandbox, and then enter a change message, and then commit the changes to source control. And just like that, with a lifecycle pipeline, the changes are automatically deployed to the sandbox. Now, let's go to that sandbox to check it out. And here is a list of recent deployments. So let's refresh the list. And boom, here is the new deployment we just pushed, and we can open it and see that everything deployed successfully. That is how easy it is to deploy changes with DevOps Center. And whether you use APIs, functions, or DevOps Center, that's how you scale with confidence and deliver continuous innovation. Back to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Christoph. Wow. I love APIs, functions, DevOps, and all of that, how it gives you the modern development platform that you need to scale with confidence. And with the pace of change and innovation in today's new normal, Trailhead's mission of democratizing education and empowering everyone has just never been more important. And who better to share the latest Trailhead innovations than our SVP and General Manager of Trailhead, Heather Conklin.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and hello, Trailblazers. Whether you're a business leader who needs to go digital fast, or you're looking to skill up for the future and transform your own career, Trailhead empowers everyone to succeed in today's new normal. Now let's take a look at how anyone can skill up with the latest innovations from Trailhead. Digital transformation has gone from being a long-term goal to an imperative overnight. Connecting your systems and data to supercharge the customer experience is now a must, and architects are critical to success. Today, Salesforce is expanding the architect community with our newest certification, B2C Solution Architect, allowing you to build the expertise needed to connect your marketing, commerce, and service departments to deliver personalized consumer experiences. But that's not the only way we're helping you go digital fast. At Trailhead DX, we launched Customer 360 Guides. These are proven blueprints, architectures, and best practices that empower anyone to build multi-cloud solutions to transform their business. And today, we're launching our new Customer 360 Guide for manufacturing, enabling your company to unite marketing, sales, and service to accelerate account growth. And there's more. With the accelerated influx of new skills, you've told us that you need to make it seamless for employees to learn directly in the flow of work where they spend the majority of their time. Salesforce. And that is exactly why we created in-app learning with Trailhead, coming in our spring release. Now you can show a curated list of badges from Trailhead and My Trailhead on specific pages right inside your Lightning Experience org. Let's see the power of in-app learning come to life now with a demo through the eyes of a learner, Allie. Allie is a new sales rep at Pacifica, and she's still learning how to navigate in her new role. Every morning, Allie starts her day in Sales Cloud, and here she is on the Opportunities tab, drilled into one of the recent opportunities that she's been working on. While looking at the opportunity, Allie notices there's a new Trailhead icon in the upper right corner, and she clicks into it. Here she sees relevant and recommended Trailhead modules that her Salesforce admin has curated for her. She sees the Sales Cloud module and decides to check it out. And now you're seeing the power of in-app learning come to life. Allie's able to get this dynamic content, watch videos, and skill up on Sales Cloud basics without ever leaving her work, so she can stay productive and eliminate any context switching. At the end of the module, there's a quiz to check her knowledge. She selects her answers, and just like that, she has learned a new skill and earned a new badge right inside Salesforce. And that is how Trailhead empowers everyone to learn new skills for the new normal and help their companies go digital fast. Back to you.
Thank you, Heather. Wow, so much innovation. And the reality is that all the innovation we showed you today is inspired by you, our trailblazers, and by the incredible work you are doing and the features you tell us that you need. That's why I'm excited to talk to Isha Garg, a true trailblazer from Delhi, India. Welcome, Isha. Can you share with us how you got started with Salesforce?
Hi, Nitisha. Nice to meet you. I was in college having cloud computing as my curriculum. Within no time, I was on Trailhead cracking my first badge. There were companies started for hiring, and I got placed in first Android-based company as they were impressed with my passion for technology and learning. With this success, I joined the amazing campaign Salesforce She for Her, started by Surbhi Narula, and I went on to bag a Salesforce developer job at Daysworks through the Journey to Salesforce program in India.
That's amazing. And I also heard that you found a way to give back. And how did you do that, Isha?
Being a marketing champion and a group leader of New Delhi Marketers Group Parrot, I share all my subject expertise with the amazing Trailblazer community. In the pandemic, we have seen a lot of people getting laid off. So within no time, I and my friend Arpit Vijayvargiya started training 400 plus students or professionals. And I'm proud to say that we have got 90 plus of them certified as well. I've also transitioned from Salesforce She for Her mentee to mentor in this process.
That's incredible. And how can others help out?
Good question. Trailblazers can directly visit our website, blazercertification.com. And also, if they have any queries, reach out to us at blazercertification@gmail.com. I'm also available on Twitter at Trailblazer Isha. Happy to help always.
Isha, we're truly inspired by your work. And we sent you a little something on behalf of Trailblazer community to thank you. Do you mind opening the box for us?
Yeah, sure. Oh my God, that's a golden hoodie. Thank you so much, Salesforce Trailblazer community team. Thank you so much, everybody who has mentored me through this journey.
Congratulations, Isha. Welcome to the Golden Hoodie Club. And thanks for everything you do. And with that, over to you, Sarah.
We've covered a lot in 30 minutes, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. We have a huge day of programming ahead of you on Dreamforce.com, so you can deep dive into the new innovations. There's so much with Einstein Recommendation Builder, Flow Orchestrator, IT Service Center, and more. So for those of you tuning in on the social feed, open up that web browser and go to Dreamforce.com and check out all of the sessions. We've made it easy for you to chart your whole course for the day. We have a watch at home guide with everything you need to find sessions tailored for you and connect with Trailblazers around the world. To get started, visit the link you see here on the screen. And thank you for allowing us into your homes, and have a fantastic rest of your Dream TX.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you, Sarah. It is a long journey from my bedroom to my living room, you know, but the travel is all worth it. I thoroughly enjoyed my interview with Isha Garg last week, and here I am now in my living room, joining live from Hyderabad, India, and I'm super duper excited to meet my wonderful co-MC all the way from a different continent, Megan Peterson from Sydney, Australia. Megan, what's up with you?
We're live. Hello, Trailblazers. Hi, I'm super pumped and live. And we're doing this right now. Natisha, I'm so excited to be co-emceeing this event with you today and being everyone's trail guides, if you will, through the amazing content that we have planned. We have stuff for our admins, for our developers, for our architects, our partners, our Trailblazers, and all from the comfort of our own homes. Now, I'm feeling slightly underdressed, so I'm just going to pass to Ruth and Astro for a moment while I do a bit of a change, if that's okay.
All right, we have got 5 channels of content for you to choose from during the next 3 hours, all of which has been thoughtfully created to inspire you to use the Salesforce platform in powerful and transformative ways. You can check out the full lineup in Agenda Builder if you'd like. And we have also got a virtual expo happening with the product demos from experts, Circle of Success, and certification prep that you can join as well. We know you can't be everywhere, but don't worry, content will be available starting tomorrow for the next several weeks. And we've got the Vin Butler and Regine Shazan from Arcade Fire joining us to celebrate at the end in a performance you can only see here live today at Dream TX.
That sounds exciting. Do I look a little better? Am I a little better now? A little bit more camera ready. Thank you for that, Natisha. Okay, so we want to keep you interacting with us. Even though we can't be together in person, we've come up with a little way to have some fun and interact with you at home today. So let's look at a quick video from our earlier AMER guest host, Gillian Bruce.
Trailblazers, you have a special assignment today, should you choose to accept it. There is a secret word that you need to decode during today's broadcast. You'll find clues revealed in the Trailblazer Lounge by myself and other Trailblazers. Use the letters you collect to spell out a special URL, which will unlock a unique, one-of-a-kind Dreamforce to You digital postcard that you can share with all your friends to demonstrate your sleuthing skills. You never know, your postcard could be featured in this broadcast. So, put on your detective hats, get out your notepads, and be on the lookout for clues during today's broadcast. Good luck, Trailblazers. The scavenger hunt has begun.
All right, thank you for that, Gillian. Now, Gillian's had to go to bed, so you've got to keep your eyes peeled on Natisha and I today when we reveal different letters, clues, all throughout today's program. Okay, now, DreamTX is all about Trailblazers. It's the Trailblazer experience, so I feel like we're missing something. If only I had some Trailblazers here. Well, let me introduce you to the Trailblazer Lounge. Trailblazers! Hello, welcome. Woohoo, we're already dancing, we're getting pumped, I love it. Who have we got today, Natisha?
Hello, Trailblazers. Welcome to the Trailblazer Lounge. In this Trailblazer Lounge, we have Trailblazers from all across APAC joining us today to bring up the fun. Woohoo! Let's get to know our Trailblazers now. Trailblazers, who are you and where are you joining us from? Let's start with you, Joanne.
Hi, and welcome from Auckland, New Zealand.
Wow, you're joining us from the God's own country. That's amazing. Thank you very much. Mithil, you're up next.
Hello from Ahmedabad, India.
Oh, where Gandhiji was born. Amazing. All right, Nia, you're up next.
Hello from the sunny Sydney beaches.
Wonderful. I miss the beach so much. And Aussie joining us from a coastal capital. Amazing. Jigar, you go next.
Hello, everyone, and good morning from the Oxford of the East, Pune, India.
Oh, you are the closest to Bollywood. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Alrighty. Kel, you go next.
G'day from Perth.
Perth. Short and sweet. Okay. And who have we got next there? We've gone to, let's go to Johan.
Hi, Trailblazers. Johan from Singapore.
Hello, Johan. And who haven't I talked to yet? Is that, who have we gone? Tamira?
Yay! Hi, I am from Trivandrum, Kerala, India.
Awesome. Jigger, have we spoken to you yet?
Hey, I'm going to speak one more time. I'm from Pune, India. Hello all the way.
Wonderful. Have we gone around the lounge? It's so hard. There's so many of us. Yes? Yes, we've gone around. Wonderful. Okay, now we're going to talk channels. We've got lots of channels of content. So we've got the admin channel. Who's here for admin channel? Yeah? Show me dance if you want to go. So admins, they're the people that understand the business and then do all that declarative back-end setup for their users. They understand their superpowers. Awesome admins out there. We've also got the developer channel. Let's see any Codies in the house. Ooh. All right, so developers, you're all about coding. You like to, streamline those repetitive tasks. So that channel's for you. Have we got any architects in the house? Ruth Vance. All right, architects, you're digital advisors. You're really helping to design systems that's going to stand up to anything. So check out that channel if you're an architect. Now, partners, where's our appies? Appy. Yoo-hoo. We love our appy. Okay, so partners, whether you're an ISV, maybe you want to develop an app on the App Exchange, this channel's for you. And then the final channel, learning and community. It's all about Trailhead. It's all about community, Trailblazer community. That's what we've got you all here for today. Yes. I think that we've got to do a bit of warming up. What do you think? Warming up? Let's see if we can we practice some digital high fives? Let's see. Can we do it? Can we all reach? What do you say? No? Yes? That's looking pretty good. Let's see. What else can we do? Let's try and do a bit of a wave. What do you say? Let's get some energy going. Do a wave. That looked beautiful. Let's do it again. Do it at home if you're watching. Come on, give us a wave. Or a wave like this. All right, and remember, you're on the lookout for those clues. We did just reveal 2 letters. La la, la la la, if you need the reminder on that. And of course, we want you to be busy with us on social today as well. So the hashtag to use is DreamTX. Okay, so everything today, all about Trailhead, and there's a fun quest you can do as well. Dream Quest. Has anyone had a look at the quest yet? Wave at me. No one's done the quest yet. I must admit, I've done the quest. I think everyone can do it today. It's really, really quite quick, yes. And then you might earn a fun little community badge as well. So that's pretty cool. All right. Okay, let's do one kind of last little stretch. We're going to get into it. Content's coming. All right, ready? I'm pumped. Do a bit of a chair dance for me. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. We are going to have so much fun today, everybody. I cannot wait. It's time now to go to your channel of choice. So let's go through it again really quick. What have I got? I got my admin channel. I have my developer channel. I have my architect channel. I have my partner channel. And I have my learning and community channel. So pick that channel and we'll see you next up on the next break. Have fun.
Because future-looking statements are inherently subject to risk and uncertainty, our reminder is that you should make any purchasing decisions or investment decisions based on products that are currently commercially available.
Hello, everybody joining us today. Welcome to our Ask the Expert session in the developer track for DreamTX. I hope you're all excited. We are looking forward to what kind of questions we get thrown at today. We have an amazing panel today. We have Andy, we have Hannah and Aditya who are going to now introduce themselves, and they're going to talk about what innovation are they most excited about on the Salesforce platform. Let's start with Aditya.
Hey everyone, my name is Aditya. I'm a developer advocate at Salesforce. I've been building on the platform for about 7 years now. And my team and I are responsible to make sure that you are successful when using the platform, which means you're using all the latest and greatest features, you're following all the best practices, and so on, for which we create a lot of content in various forms like YouTube videos, Trailhead live sessions, webinars, blog posts, sample apps, and so much more. So check them out, and I hope all of those are useful to you. When it comes to the innovation that I'm excited about, it's actually not just one innovation. It's actually the fact that the line between the Salesforce stack and non-Salesforce stack is being blurred. So for example, like 2-3 years ago, let's say I wanted to learn Node.js, then I thought, nah, why would I use it in Salesforce? But that has clearly changed. And clearly with LWC OSS and Salesforce functions, you can use Node.js in both the places. So the way I look at it is, let's learn LWC OSS first, because you already know the front-end stack. It's just a matter of learning a simple backend, which is Node.js. And because it also uses ECMAScript standards, I can pick it up pretty easily. And once I get to know Node.js, I can of course use it in Salesforce functions. And there's this whole integration with Salesforce. And I can even deploy this to Heroku and stuff. So there is a whole new ecosystem that opens up for us. And Node.js, Heroku, there are these recent blog posts that we have published. I recommend you check them out, where we have given you all the patterns, like event-driven architectures. How do you do multiple Salesforce orgs? How do you integrate between both of them? So there are a lot of patterns that get opened up, and we are not just limited to what Salesforce offers. You can pretty much build whatever you want. And that is an innovation that excites me a lot, and look for a lot of content on that in the next year from me.
That's amazing and quite a lot of intro. Thank you so much, Aditya, for all the information. For the sake of questions, we'll keep intro short. Over to you, Hannah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Trimby. I'm a principal solution engineer based in Melbourne. I've been with Salesforce for about 4 years now, and I work with our enterprise customers to set their vision and plan for how Salesforce capabilities can help their business. My specific area of expertise is around best practice principles and architectural considerations as well that might impact the development approach and the UX design. In terms of innovation, it's hard to choose just one, but I think for me, one of the standouts this year is the new DevOps Center. So one of the areas that I think we've really struggled with over the years is how to do that effective release management between sandpit environments and production. Of course, we've got change sets, we've got other tools, but when you're working with a large developer team and you're using different source control systems, the flexibility just isn't there. So the new DevOps Center gives us that improved UI-based experience for change and release management. And it's giving us a single source of truth and a collaborative space for all kinds of developers, all the way through the DevOps process. And changes get tracked as well, which is the best thing. Great news for people like me who hate having to manually track deployment items.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Hannah. And we also have Andy joining us all the way from the US. Welcome, Andy, and tell us about yourself for the 2 people who don't know you yet.
Thank you very much. Very welcome to, very excited to be here. Thanks everyone for joining us. I'm Andy Fawcett. I'm a product manager at Salesforce, and I work in the platform area, and I work on the coolest part of the platform. We understand what programmatic experiences you need to build some killer apps on the platform. And so it's really hard to choose between all of the exciting things we're doing, between tools like bringing all of the tools into the browser, like Code Builder, the exciting new DevOps Center, and also Salesforce Functions, bringing you elastic compute into your projects. But I would say the developer in me is really excited by the possibilities, the small but powerful APIs that we bring to the platform enable. Things like Apex, you can now handle asynchronous errors more gracefully with transaction finalizers. Enhancements like the add error and get error methods. Very basic enhancements, but give you the power to write much leaner unit tests, make frameworks so your boilerplate code is much smaller. And ultimately, Apex developers get the ability to send mobile notifications with one line of code. You don't need to know mobile stacks and technologies to send that notification urgently to your users directly on their mobile devices. Very powerful APIs that always excite me at Salesforce.
That's amazing. All right, let's dive into more questions. We got one question answered from all of you. That's amazing. So we have one question around Lightning message service. So it's currently not supported outside Lightning Experience, for example, like communities. Is there like a short workaround for that, Aditya?
Yeah, there is. So you can use this module called PubSub, which we have included as a part of LWC recipes. And even before LMS was introduced, Lightning Message Service, that was the way to communicate between different components. But before even going to LMS, the first question you should ask yourself is, do you really need LMS in that? So the general guidance we have is that you only have to use LMS to communicate between 2 components if you cannot put them in a common ancestor that you control. So if there is a possibility that you can add both of your components to another parent component that you can create, then do that, because that is the preferred best practice. If not, then of course you can use PubSub in communities and other places where it is not supported.
Sounds good. And Hannah, do you think, is there anything we should be mindful about when designing Lightning Web Components?
Yeah, sure. So, well, obviously the Lightning framework, it follows the component-based design, which makes it great because it's more scalable. But remember the basic principles like separation of concerns. So all of our Lightning components should be responsible for one thing. We want to try and avoid designing components that are doing these huge monolithic processes. It's very tempting because they're so powerful, but these become very hard to debug and maintain. So try and divide your requirements up into small components. And each of these components should serve a different requirement or problem. Also try and centralize some pieces of your code. So if there's any changes that are needed in future, making the changes in one area is going to really help with the administration of that and automatically reflect in all the places where that's being used. And all of this is just helping us with code debugging because loosely coupled components can obviously easily be debugged, and it'll also reduce the risk of changes and impact to other components.
That sounds amazing. Very useful information. All right, Andy, a question for you, a popular question. So we are all very excited about Salesforce functions, but what will I be able to do with functions that I cannot do with Apex?
Great question. Really glad you asked. Well, with functions, you get to write your business logic in languages such as Java and JavaScript and frameworks and open source libraries that are available in the broader ecosystem. Now, this code gets pre-authenticated with the data in your org and runs in our Elastic Compute Runtime. So you'll be able to run much more complex workloads with more memory and CPU available than traditional Apex. And finally, we've created a brand new asynchronous invocation mechanism that it does not use your existing async limits and can even be used in Apex triggers. So functions is in pilot right now. We're super excited to be pushing ahead with our GA later next year.
Great, thank you so much. So there's one question around capabilities, Hannah. I believe you can answer this. Does Salesforce actually have a capabilities map that we can reference for our business?
Yeah, that's a great question. Very commonly asked. It's actually not just one map. So I would advise you to refer to the reference architectures. Usually these are industry specific. They're usually listed on the help pages. So for example, the retail industry, there's a really great reference architecture around that. They're really useful as a starting point to actually start to map out what you're trying to achieve in terms of the Salesforce capabilities.
All right. And so one question around where can I find this practical examples of few Salesforce features that can help me learn and understand? Aditya, you want to take that?
Yeah, I was actually waiting for someone to ask that question because that lets me talk about Sample Gallery. So Sample Gallery is one place, if you haven't already checked that out, it's a great place where you can find reference code for a lot of things. So we have these recipe style apps where you can learn Lightning Web Components, migrate from Visualforce to Lightning Web Components, and we recently launched Apex Recipes. Anything that you need is on those recipes. So like bite-sized code snippets that you can just copy and paste it right into your projects and get started. But if you want to really check out how things are used together, like all the different features in Salesforce, we do have other kinds of sample apps like, e-cars, e-bikes that show you an end-to-end use case and how different features come together. So you can check those out. It's all open source, free out there. You can just install and dive in. The other place where I would recommend you go and check out things is YouTube. There is a lot of video content out there that talks about best practices. That's like a gold mine of content. So I think spend all of your holidays looking at YouTube and you'll find a lot of good content.
Perfect. Let's take a Heroku question for Andy. So what are the ways as a Salesforce developer that I can harness the power of Heroku to extend my solutions?
Fantastic question. Well, Heroku represents a means for developers to build entire applications with industry standard languages, with the add-ons providing new stores and integrations. But that's not all. With features like Heroku Connect, Postgres, and Kafka, you can build services that span multiple orgs, extend flow with actions developed in other languages, and even have a Lightning Web Component listen to events from Heroku Kafka that is an event bus for your entire enterprise. Now, we've been sharing more of these patterns on our blog, so do check out this Salesforce developer blog because we've got some links there that take you through exactly how to achieve those integrations with Heroku and the rest of the Salesforce platform.
I'm absolutely sure about that. I'm really, really excited about all the content that we're going to bring out to enable people on extending with Heroku. One follow-up question around functions for you, Andy. So when can we get a hold of functions? People are super excited excited for that.
Well, we're currently in closed pilot right now. We'll be heading into beta around the springtime, and then later in the year, we'll be moving to GA. So not too long now.
All right. Can't wait for that. Aditya, a question for you. Can I update the look and feel of base components?
I've actually done a session on this recently. So yes, the answer is yes. And that's possible with our latest feature that we call styling hooks. And, Lightning Web Components use Shadow DOM, which makes sure that the styling of a component is not affected by its parent. But then there is this concept called as CSS custom properties that can propagate through the Shadow DOM. And that's exactly what we have leveraged for styling hooks, meaning that for some base components, we have exposed a few CSS custom properties. You can use them to style them. And one important note, it's in beta right now, and not all the components have styling hooks. So definitely check out the SLDS website to look at the components that have hooks and how you can use them.
Cool. I had a question for you, Hannah, now. So another popular question, in executing my Apex code, I'm constantly hitting governor limits.
Yeah.
What am I doing wrong?
So there's a few things you could be doing wrong. Don't forget that the governor limits do exist so that your code doesn't monopolize shared resources in a multi-tenant environment. However, the first thing that I would do is refer to the developer limits and allocations quick reference in the developer docs, just to make sure you're not doing something obvious. There's also a best practice guide on the developer forum, so Apex Code Best Practices, and that's got really useful information around how to optimize your code so that you avoid hitting limits. So as an example, having one trigger per object so you can control that execution order, using Apex collections for efficient querying of data, and avoiding SOQL queries or DML statements inside for loops, things like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, there's also an extension for the Visual Studio that you can do refactoring, which will really help with that as well.
Mm-hmm. We also announced a great extension to Visual Studio that helps visualize the execution process. So you can see where blocks of your code are being executed, whether it's performing queries or DML or executing Apex. So it's a great visualizer tool.
All right, let's take one more short question before we go for a break. Good segue into this based on Hannah's answer. This is for you, Andy. The Salesforce functions have governor limits applied, and are we allowed to use any NPM libraries of your choice? It's actually two questions. Let's see if we can get there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, ultimately, Salesforce Functions runs in a shared service. And as Hannah pointed out, we have our customers' interests in mind to make sure that that doesn't get monopolized. So surely we will put some constraints around that, but our ultimate goal is to give you much more flexibility, leverage that elastic compute, so this code scales with your needs. So we're building our new infrastructure based on Heroku technology to help your functions scale. And we're also looking at ways in which you can integrate your functions with the rest of the Lightning platform with low code and declarative.
Cool. And we'll come back to more questions shortly. We're going to the break, but feel free to keep posting your questions, guys. We're going to be back in 3 minutes. We'll again talk to you then. See you again there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Trailblazer Lounge. Okay, we're just getting warmed up here. We're doing a little bit of practice. Let's get our vocal cords ready, everybody. Okay, so when I say trail, you all say blazer. Are we ready? Trail. Trail.
Blazer.
Okay, I think we just need to do it one more time. Let's just get that fine-tuned, guys. When I say trail, you say blazer. Trail.
Blazer.
Look, it's going to need a little bit of work. We'll get it by the end of the day, but I admire the spirit, everybody. Okay, so I am going to get the pleasure of having a fun little interview with Joanne Moore now. Joanne's over in Auckland, New Zealand. She's a customer success manager and she's a community group leader in Auckland. Welcome, Joanne. It's lovely to have you here.
Hi, Megan. Thanks for having me.
So nice. Now, Joanne, you started your Trailblazer journey back in 2009. So what kind of have you learnt throughout your journey and what advice would you give to others that are starting out on their journey?
Wowzers. The biggest thing I've learnt that it's still a journey and I'm still learning, and that is just what makes this journey so amazing. And part of what made this journey such an amazing start was I had a mentor, and I chose a really good mentor who was able to challenge me and push me further down my learning journey. And he never let me say no or no, I couldn't do it. He challenged me to go away and learn and do some more. So I would really put it out there that a great mentor makes all the difference. And as the old saying goes, every journey starts with but one step.
I love that. So a mentor is a must.
Absolutely, absolutely. And just get on and do it. Jump into the Trailblazer, Trailhead website, get in there, do your learning, get into your Trailhead communities and get into your community groups and just network and meet people. There is no such thing as a silly question when you're sitting around with a bunch of people, because I can guarantee if you've got an issue, someone else has already solved it.
That's very true. Good advice there from Joanne. Now, a little fun fact about Jo. She is a triple star ranger on Trailhead, subtly pointing to a letter T, everyone. T. All right, I think it's fair to say that this segment was brought to you by the letter T. How are we all feeling, Trailblazers? How are we keeping up this energy? We've got so many time zones around the world, all the way from New Zealand to India. I think that's like 7.5 hours, and the energy is so good. I'm loving it, loving it. Okay, we're going to go to our next segments now. Remember your channels: admin, dev, architect, partners, learning and community. Pick them now, and we'll be back later.
All right, welcome back, everybody. After that break, we have lots of amazing questions that we are getting in. We're really excited to get them answered by our amazing panel over here, Andy, Hannah, and Aditya. Now, Andy, let's get back to the second half of the question there about, what can I just use any NPM package of choice in Salesforce?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, one of our primary goals is to give you access to the myriad of open source libraries that exist either in NPM or even in Maven if you happen to be using Java. So that is our current goal right now. We're obviously in our pilot process. We'll be exploring and making sure that if we do that, that remains to be the safe thing to do for our customers and new developers. But ultimately, our goal is to give you as much access to those libraries as we can possibly do so within the constraints of our shared service. So rest assured that it's one of our primary goals to give access to those open source libraries.
Related question about that, Aditya, that we got. Can I import Google Charts into LWC?
Right now, you cannot, and that's because of some restrictions with Locker. But I'm pretty excited about this thing that we are piloting in a few releases or the next release, which is called Locker, Next Generation Locker, basically. And what we are trying to do with this Next Generation Locker is give you the same level of security and trust, but try to reduce the number of barriers you have. So things like being able to use your components from a different namespace, or being able to use Google Charts for that matter, or any other JavaScript library. You're going to be able to do that soon. And I'm not going to talk a lot more about it because there is a session on just this topic. I think it's what's new with Lightning Web Components. So go to that session and find out more.
All right, that sounds like a plan. So there's a question around how do I migrate Aura to LWC? Hannah, can you take that?
Yeah, sure. So before I answer, don't forget that Aura and LWC can coexist, so not migrating them is an option. However, if you do decide that you're going to migrate Aura to Lightning, it's really important to note that the programming model is fundamentally different between the two. So migrating a component's not a line-by-line conversion, and it's actually a great opportunity to revisit your component's design. Many of the base Lightning web components, they've got the same functionality and attributes as their Aura counterparts, but some of them have got subtle differences. So just to decide whether or not you do want to migrate a component, just understand first how they need to work together and then evaluate where that component's being used. So a really great place to start is on the component library docs in the developer guide. And that's also there is a Lightning Web Components for Aura Developers Trailhead module. So another great resource when you're thinking about migrating.
Perfect. One interesting question around functions, Andy. So we have Java, JavaScript. What about other languages? What all other languages can we code in for functions?
That's a fantastic question. So we're certainly focusing on those languages initially, but functions is leveraging the Heroku technology and our cloud-native build packs technology. So with that, we'll be able to expand new languages and add those capabilities into the product in the future.
So there's going to be a lot more languages coming up, Python,
expect to
Ruby.
see the languages that we've already got today with Heroku, but obviously more languages coming in the future as well.
Very excited about that. Okay. When will dynamic component creation come to LWC, Aditya?
Okay, that's not a new question. So it's already actually there as a part of Lightning Web Components open source, but it still didn't come to the platform. We should wait for it. I think it's just a matter of prioritization. When do we enable it? But I think that capability is already there as a part of the framework. Check it out. But then it's not what you would assume it is. I mean, even though you can import components dynamically, the one condition that we have put forward is the components still have to be statically analyzable. And that depends on the mode again. So LWC on platform has different settings enabled than off platform. Off platform is much more lenient, because you can turn on and off different settings. But basically, I'm not sure which setting you're going to turn on the platform, but statically analyzable is what is one condition, which means you cannot pass a dynamic string and say render this component. We still need to know during compile time that, okay, this is the component that you might render in the future, but it's just that we need it to be there in the compile time. So that's one constraint as of now. But then, yeah, let's wait and see when it comes onto the platform.
Yep, I'm good with that. So Hannah, do we have any performance tips for Lightning Web Components?
Yeah, sure. So I think as we've all mentioned, it's great that LWCs align so closely to modern web standards. So they are very efficient for developers to build with and browsers to render. Because they run client side, to retrieve data, they need to make calls to the server. And every single call they make has the potential to create a performance issue. So we want to limit this wherever we can, or optimize it when we have to. So keep in mind that web components, they've got built-in mechanisms for client-side caching. So we have Lightning Data Service and also cacheable Apex methods. And this client-side data caching just improves performance by sharing data between components, and it significantly reduces the number of server round trips that we need to make. Things like using third-party style sheets can create performance issues, and it might make UI look inconsistent as well. So just become familiar, if you're not already, with the Lightning design system, and we can create beautiful and rich UI experiences.
Sounds good. All right, let's Andy, I'm going to give you this question. Is Einstein Automate a replacement for Salesforce to Salesforce? And is Salesforce to Salesforce going away?
Wow, that's a really good question. I'm going to take a pass on that question, unfortunately, rather than try and muddle my way through that answer. So respectfully, I will take a pass on that.
Yep, let's take a pass on that question. Let me see, what else do we have here? We have a lot of stuff coming up. Any error handling best practices for LWC, Aditya?
Yeah. Again, there was a session I've done. It's almost close to 1 hour. There are so many best practices that we can share. But check out
Let's
that
pick
session.
let's pick 2 interesting ones that you can share candidly.
All right. 2 interesting ones. The first one I would say is pick a common error handling mechanism across all of your components. So what we've done with LWC recipes is we created the error panel component, and then we used it across the entire app so that even when you're reporting errors, the mechanism itself is consistent, the UI is consistent. And the second best practice I would say is don't handle errors in your low-level reusable components. So errors are only meant to be handled by higher-level components because they can decide what to do with it. If you're building reusable components like shared libraries, always throw errors to the parent, and then the parent can handle the errors. I think those are the 2 things on top of my mind.
Cool. Talking about errors, there are errors where there is code, right? Of course, that's inevitability. Andy, do you have any tips and tricks on ways to, balance low code and code?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that really has always excited me about the platform is how you as developers and admins have the ability to make the platform your platform and inject your domain requirements into that. And what I mean by that is, as a developer, you can write some code, or as an admin, you can create something declarative with Flow. And it's really worth making sure that pair of you connect together and balance your skills, because we've created a platform that drives inclusivity of those that can write code, those that can build things declaratively. And some concrete ways in which you can achieve this and really make that platform your own is thinking about Apex Actions. Apex Actions occurs in many, many places now across the platform, not just in the historic place that we all think of as Flow. You think about the Einstein chat builder, and in our Lightning app builders, you'll start to see actions appearing in lots of places. So if you invest in thinking about places where you need to code actions and comply with the invocable method annotations, then you are essentially extending the platform. Taking it a bit further, when you think about Lightning Web Components, of course, everybody knows you can drop those in many places in Community Builder, Lightning App Builder, but also think about the ways that you can expose your Apex Actions. You can now create custom user interfaces to configure an interface with your Apex Actions, so they can feel even more at home inside Flow. You can almost feel like Salesforce developed them. So think about ways to create great user experiences with your Lightning components, great great exposure of your programmatic code through actions, and even blend the 2 together to create those Apex Actions with highly customizable user interfaces in Lightning components. It's really a Lego set of possibilities with the platform. And this empowers your declarative builder colleagues to go forth and create and focus on those business problems and automation challenges.
That's great, and I'm sure we're going to keep working on making it more and more easier and easier for Trailblazers. Absolutely. All right, Hannah, one question for you. Let's see if your architectural expertise helps us out here. Where can we find things like resources and use cases for implementing Customer 360?
Yep, great question. So there's a lot of implementation guides that are available. So start at the help.salesforce.com, and they have links to the implementation guides as well. And they're specific to each release, and they're updated 3 times a year for each major release. So they're always up to date with how you implement all of our key capabilities.
Perfect. And let me also give a quick shout out to the new Architect Digital Home that we launched.
Yes, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
The Architect Hub. Yes.
Absolutely. And there's also going to be a session in the Architect channel if you're interested to hear about that. We can just go to architect.salesforce.com and find out like amazing resources for Customer 360, design patterns, and everything. All right, with that.
And a quick fact about the Architect website, it's actually built using LWC. So
yes, absolutely. That's something we are super excited and proud of. The Architect website is fully built on Lightning Web Components. Okay, so there is one question around one very interesting edge case question. Aditya, let's see if you can answer this with your experience. How do I remove the save and new button from when using force.create record, as it's not customizable? I know it's like a very interesting edge case.
Okay. Force.create record. I mean, force.create record is a function which actually saves the record. I would assume it's more of a question on how you're going to show the UI. Maybe I would recommend, instead of using the standard Lightning record form, maybe use the edit or view form, because that allows you to customize what is the content that goes inside it. So you can decide to show what buttons that you want or no. So from the UI standpoint, that is what I would recommend. But if that didn't answer your question, please ping me offline and I can help you with that.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. All right. So there's a lot of code, a lot of low code, pro code, a lot of new features and functionalities coming, and with that comes even things like DevOps centers, also like super amazing for Trailblazers. What about packaging? And do you have any interesting insights and recommendations on how to think about packaging or modularizing code and metadata in the org?
Absolutely. Yeah, certainly with all the possibilities and technologies that are available, it's important to be cognizant of best practices that exist on any platform, and modularization and thinking about the different applications and extension your business needs in more discrete ways is really important, because they have different life cycles. Different business parts of your business have different challenges and needs and might need different changes at different times. So moving away from thinking about your org as a monolith and having to deploy everything in a single way, you can segment your org using packages and have life cycles around them, different versions from one version to another, and even have dependencies. And this allows you to be much more rapid and fleet of foot in releasing things quickly if you need to, without having to think about the impact to the broader org. Now, think about also packaging that has dependencies. And we know, and we've heard from customers, that it's hard to create artifacts from packages when there's a lot of dependencies in the org. And that's why we've brought runtime packages. Runtime packages allow you to reference dependencies on the org itself and start to drain some of that information, that code and components and configuration, into packages. So definitely want to encourage the audience to think about, if they've got a brand new project, maybe it's a very simple project, even start small with one Lightning component in a package. Get to used to packaging and then ramp up your skills and your confidence and start building more things. It's not a one versus all scenario here. You can definitely use packages with smaller projects.
Yep, even I would advocate for that. I love things like unlock packages and stuff. All right, I think we have time for one quick question. Let's keep it quick. Hannah, what is the best place to start learning more about Salesforce APIs?
Yeah, sure. We have very comprehensive API documentation. Oh, wait, no, sorry. The first place you should go is Trailhead. Always Trailhead. Always Trailhead. But we do have very comprehensive API documentation. So if you want to check out developer.salesforce.com, that's got a very comprehensive API guide where you can view all of the REST and SOAP APIs and best practices around that.
That sounds good. Okay, with that, we are at time, folks. Thank you so much, our amazing panelists, Andy, Hannah, and Aditya. Thank you so much for taking all the questions. This was lovely, and I hope all you guys watching, you have also enjoyed it and also enjoyed the rest of the day. Have fun, guys.
Thank you.
Howdy and welcome back to the Trailblazer Lounge. Remember, there are lots of demos, discussions, Circles of Success and Cert Preps happening now. Click on the demos and discussions and talk to the experts. And you know what? We were playing a pop quiz to exercise our brains. And I was just going to ask Megan a question. Megan, what is the world's #1 CRM platform?
Oh, gosh, that's a tough one. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it might be Salesforce.
That's, of course, it is Salesforce, the world's #1 CRM platform. All right, now, that was a fun game. We have Mithil from our Trailblazers, who is a rockstar contributor to India Trailblazer community. She's a WIT leader of Ahmedabad, and she is actively helping many aspiring Trailblazers build a Salesforce career through Journey to Salesforce ecosystem program. Mithil, what is your idea of giving back?
Thank you, Nitisha, for having me today. And hello, Trailblazers. What a lovely day. I want to be there for the community where I've personally struggled. I needed help during my college days to understand the opportunities and trends of the IT industry. Today, we conduct sessions in the colleges for the students to guide them for Salesforce, which is the most trending technology as per me. Secondly, I needed help with my public speaking skills. And today, I conduct sessions and meetups to inspire the Ahmedabad community to speak at global and local events and help them with their dry runs for their sessions. In our meetups, we support each other by conducting open discussions on the problems that are commonly faced by India today. We are there for each other in every possible way, and it is fascinating to see how Trailblazer community transforms lives of people, be it personally, professionally, or socially. To sum it up, being a guiding light and passing the ladder are major ideas of giving back to the community.
That's amazing. Thank you, Mithil. That was fantastic. And you are a rock star and an inspiration.
Yes, Nitisha, I am a rock star and an inspiration.
Yay! And remember, everyone, in this session, the letters that are hiding in the open are R and I. Now make sure you pick your next sessions, and we'll see you in the next break.
Because future-looking statements are inherently subject to risk and uncertainty, our reminder is that you should make any purchasing decisions or investment decisions based on products that are currently commercially available.
Hello and welcome. I'm Stefan Chandler Garcia, a developer advocate here at Salesforce. But today, Becky and I are going to show you a sample application that we've built on the Salesforce platform. It shows you how you can build modern customer and employee experiences in an efficient and agile way using Salesforce. Let's jump in. Becky, can you give us a bit more details?
Thanks, Stefan. I'm Becky Jaimes, a product manager here with the Salesforce Functions team. And today, we're going to talk about two solutions we built for Pulsar Motors, the newest fictitious car company.
As Becky just mentioned, we've developed a customer-facing app on Heroku for this fictitious e-car company, Pulsar Motors. This app allows customers to customize their dream car online, this being the first aspect of a completely touchless car buying experience. So let's see what this app can do. First, a customer can select the range that they would like for their dream car. They can customize the color of the car and then the style of the interior. On the final page, we hit a contact form that allows us to capture the customer's contact details and notify them when their car is in stock. All of this data is published to Salesforce using the new graph capability of the Composite API. It allows all of this information, the car, the configuration, the style, and all of the details to be sent to Salesforce in a single transaction while maintaining those record relationships. This app could have been built from code in any of your favorite languages like Ruby, Python, or even using a framework like React, and hosted right here on Heroku, part of the Salesforce platform. In this case, we've leveraged Lightning Web Components to build the app. Over in Salesforce, we can see that a new lead has been created. By clicking on that related car configuration, we can see the details of the customer's dream car. And in this configuration record, we can see a list of recommended actions that we can take in the sales process, the first of which is to allocate a vehicle. Here you can see a flow that uses Lightning Web Components to create a rich experience for the dealer that allows them to find an available car nearby the customer and send a notification to let them know that it's available. When we click Send Confirmation, the Lightning Web Component is going to call out to a Salesforce function. This function is going to do all of the heavy lifting for us. It's going to generate a unique QR code that we can use to provide a touchless experience at the dealership. Then it's going to upload that to an image hosting service. And lastly, it will email the customer to let them know that their car is ready. That email will contain the QR code that was just generated and the details of their exact car configuration. Because this process is compute intensive and makes multiple callouts, it's perfectly suited for the power of elastic compute provided by Salesforce functions. In the past, to build something like this, you would have had to separate the services and invocations in each part of the process. When we press send, the function is immediately invoked and the customer receives a personalized email with a picture of their exact car configuration and that QR code so that they can have a safe experience at the dealership. To see how this function works, let's go ahead and pop into VS Code. If you're familiar with JavaScript development, you would know that there's a whole ecosystem of packages that can be used as building blocks in your apps. As this function is written in JavaScript, we can use many of these packages. In fact, the new car notification function used here uses 3 of them. One for generating the QR code, one for uploading that QR code to an image hosting service, and a third for sending the personalized email. Now, taking a look at the body of the function, you can see that we're passing in the event that triggered the function, the context, and then the logger. The first thing that we have to do, though, is use that context that we're passing in to get our secrets that are used to authenticate the service. Next, we're going to go ahead and grab the payload that was passed into the function from the event. And from there, you can see where most of the work takes place. Firstly, we're going to use that QR code library to generate the QR code. Then we can upload the image, and lastly, we'll send the email. We can then catch any errors or return the URL.
Now, when our customer goes to the dealer, they just whip out their email with the QR code on their phone. The dealer scans the code, and that launched the dealer into, this will be familiar, the car configuration with the customer's details all on it. No repetitive and painful providing of your contact information. It's all in Salesforce and is retrieved with a fully touchless experience.
So now that they have their confirmation email, our customer has come into the dealership and scanned their QR code. This opens up Salesforce, which once again makes a recommendation on the next action to take. The dealer opens up the flow and can begin processing the lease. Once again, using that flow, we can verify the contact details, we can verify the car configuration, and then begin to input the details of the lease. Once the details are correct, we can again use a function to process the data. In this case, we have a lease calculation function that will do the complex math for us. When we press next, the flow will synchronously call the function and then provide the results right in the UI. We can then send the customer the lease agreement and take them one step closer to owning their new car.
Here, yet again, we have another compute-intensive action with lease calculations. We're using Flow to call the Salesforce function to calculate the lease. Now, just like the Lightning Web Components, admins can reuse Salesforce functions to do lease calc for other experiences with low code on Salesforce platform.
Over in the Flow Builder, we can see all of the steps that our rep just went through to process the lease. After the input screen, you can see an Apex action called Calculate Lease. This is an invocable method that allows you to execute Apex as part of your flow, but what's unique here is that it's also running a function. You can see that we're taking the inputs from our flow and passing them right into Apex. then returning the values needed from the lease calculation. Over in VS Code, we can see our lease calculator service Apex class that uses an invocable method to expose itself to the flow. Like any other invocable method, it's comprised of a request class that contains the inputs passed in from the flow and a response class that provides the response back to the flow. In the method itself, you can see that we take each request and serialize the payload for use in the function. We can then instantiate the function by running functions.function.get and then provide the name of the function we'd like, and then invoke it by calling function.invoke and just passing in the payload. While this app is running the function synchronously, be sure to check out the DreamTX Apex episode to check out how you can call functions asynchronously. In the lease calculator function itself, you can see that we're just taking the payload from the Apex class and passing it right into that lease calculator. Then using the package to calculate the lease values and returning them. That's it. In both of those examples, we've been able to demonstrate the power that Salesforce functions can bring to your Salesforce toolkit. Just like the many other great automation capabilities of the platform, they can be used as building blocks all over Salesforce when you need just that little extra bit of compute power.
Now let's look at how we created IoT functionality for Pulsar, helping the service department better serve customers experience a problem with their Pulsar vehicle. So all Pulsar vehicles are internet connected. They're continuously collecting and sending diagnostic data securely to Pulsar. This means when a customer calls the service department and says, my car's making a funny noise, or my battery seems like it's not lasting as long as it should, the service technician has data they can use to investigate the issue, both historical and real-time data. Here in Service Cloud, we can see a case was created when the customer called in reporting the battery issue. So the service technician can click on that case and immediately begin investigating the issue using real data from the car. They don't need to wait for the customer to bring in the car. First, we can look at historical battery health data over the last, let's say, 100 miles that the car was driven. We can see that the estimated discharge rate does not match the car's actual discharge rate, corroborating the customer's concern of, my battery seems like it's not lasting as long as it should. Now we know something's not right, but we need to dig in some more to understand if the battery is faulty or if there's some component in the car that is faulty and drawing more power than it should. So with the customer's permission, we can check out real-time data for the car while the car is being driven to better understand what's happening. Okay, now let's take a look at how we build this.
We're using a few technologies here: a Heroku app, MQTT, a Postgres database, and Apache Kafka. In this example, simulating diagnostic data being sent from Pulsar vehicles, we're doing that using a Heroku app. So the diagnostic data includes information about the vehicles, such as current MPGE, charge remaining, and range remaining. When a diagnostic event comes in from a vehicle, we do two things. First, we save the event to a Postgres table, and then send the event to Apache Kafka. This is a common design for real-time data processing pipeline. Looking in our sensor connector JavaScript file, you can see that first, we are instantiating Kafka. Then, when data hits the service, we're saving it to Postgres, and then we're sending that message to Kafka. Saving the data in Postgres allows us to do charting and analytics on large volumes of past data using, for example, Einstein Analytics. While streaming the data into Apache Kafka decouples the data subsequent use by downstream consumers from the data ingestion, like, for example, providing charts that react in real time to data changes. So this means it's easy for another team or another developer to create downstream services that can use that data. To implement the real-time chart in the case record, we have another Heroku app listening to Kafka for new events. And when a new event arrives, the Heroku app sends it over a WebSocket connection to the chart in the case record. Here in the server file of that app, you can see that we are creating an MQTT broker that is listening for messages from Kafka and then stream them out to subscribers. Other downstream consumers could be performing additional processing on the data stream, like filtering, aggregation, or merging with another data source. We've seen some customers sending raw data to AWS 3, or for compliance purposes, they're sending it to Glacier or regulatory reasons. Lastly, we have our Lightning Web Component in Salesforce. You can see the JavaScript file that we are creating a new WebSocket subscription that is listening to our MQTT server on Heroku. And when a message is received, it will take the message and parse the payload containing the sensor data, and then uses Chart.js to update the data in real time.
This is such a great way of showing how we can bring together all of these services to provide not only real-time analytics, but also storing large data volumes for many years. If you think that's cool, you can also now use the Kafka Streaming Data Connector, currently available for Postgres on Heroku. It provides a centralized Kafka-based event bus that will fire change events propagated from the database, giving you the ability to take action on those changes. Now that we've gone through this end-to-end customer experience, let's take a step back and look at the technology that we've used. So we started out in our customer car configurator that we've built using Lightning Web Components within Node.js. That's then hosted on Heroku, where the customer was able to configure their dream car by selecting the car color, any of the configuration options that they would like, and by inputting their details and then sending that over to the dealership using that composite graph API here you can see in the diagram. We then used Sales Cloud to alert the dealership of that new lead so that they could find an available vehicle and let the customer know that it was available. For that, we used Flow to check and verify those details, find that location, and then call out to a Salesforce function that was used to take a number of those Heroku add-ons and NPM packages, and then generate that QR code, upload it, and then send that email specifically to that customer with their details in the email. When the customer arrived in store, we scanned their QR code that opened up that Sales Cloud window so that we can process the lease agreement, which again used a Salesforce flow to go in and verify those details, take the input details for that lease, and then pass those into a Salesforce function where we found a lease calculator package available that we could use to process that lease and bring back all of those calculations and figures into Salesforce. Now, once the customer was up and running, they had their dream car, we were able to capture those streaming events from the car into our Postgres database that then used MQTT and Kafka to stream that data into Service Cloud so that the dealership could track those stats coming in from the vehicle and provide top-notch service.
Now that you have seen the ways that we can bring together the Salesforce platform, hopefully you're now inspired to innovate. We've seen a lot of customers during the dev preview and during the pilot doing a lot of things with high compute, big calculations that before they had to take them out of the platform. And also we have seen a ton of people very excited to use JavaScript and to use all those libraries from some NPM packages over just very, very simple without having to do all the heavy lifting. If you would like to get early access to Salesforce functions, you can sign up for our pilot by following the link below. And you can also learn more about building apps on Heroku. I highly recommend those following along on Trailhead. Thank you so much for attending today's session on building connected experiences in Salesforce.
Conga transforms commercial operations to improve the customer experience and accelerate revenue. Act on customer data to generate branded documents, quotes, and proposals, and reduce contract cycles with approvals and workflows in Salesforce. All parties can access signed documents and audit history with automatic version updates. Check out Conga on AppExchange to learn more.
Did you know that an ally is someone who doesn't identify as an underrepresented group, but seeks to understand the challenges that they face? At Salesforce, we've distilled becoming an ally into 4 practices: ask, listen, show up, and speak up. Skilling up on equality makes our community stronger. Learn more on Trailhead and earn your Equality Allies Strategy Badge.
architect, I would say.
Awesome. I think we're going to get some more questions after the break. Right now, everybody, we're halfway through.
Hello and welcome back to the Trailblazer Lounge. We've just been comparing our Trailblazer.me profiles on Trailhead Go, now generally available on iOS and Android, in case you missed that. We've got some pretty talented people here in APAC. I see now why we had to have a special APAC broadcast. So many rangers in the house. Everyone's a ranger. Let's get a little bit of a for being a ranger. That's right. Hey, I get the pleasure now of speaking to a very special ranger. She became a ranger on her birthday, actually, this year, which is very, very special. So we're going to have a chat to Mia. She's an awesome admin by day and a surf lifesaver on the weekends and in her spare time. That's pretty awesome, Mia. Thanks so much for being here today.
Thanks, Megan.
I'm so excited to talk to you. Now, you have a very cool way of interacting with people at your company, and you call them campfires. What is a campfire?
Yeah, and hello everyone from the sunny Sydney beaches again. After Sydney World Tour Reimagined, I was actually really inspired to continue engaging with our end users virtually. And because we were all forced to work from home, so I had an idea to get together our users and come together to talk all things Salesforce and Trailhead, and we called it a campfire. So now I run my campfires to demo new features, do walkthroughs of particular processes, or just have an open discussion, maybe spitball ideas that we've got coming up in our org. I see my campfires as more of a safe place, just to throw out all your silly questions or pose those out-of-the-world ideas. No need to worry about it being recorded, because it's not, but also so it doesn't come back to bite you. But in all seriousness, my executives have found a really great user adoption off the back of my campfires, so win-win. And I hope to see all the Trailblazers out there break out those marshmallows and get their own campfires started.
Oh, I love that. So it's kind of like your own little version of a savoir, you know, Salesforce administration by walking around, but we can't do that, so we're doing campfires. I love it, Mia. Hey, Mia, I actually wanted to just come over here for a second and show you something I'm pretty excited about. I've done some new arrangements over here in my bookcase, and I don't know, what do you think of this layout?
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah, well done.
I like the M and the I. Yeah,
like my first name.
Yes, I'm just obviously waiting for that last letter, but I thought you had really good ingenuity with your campfires. I think it shows great maturity when it comes to how you engage at your company. I really like that.
Oh, thank you.
I do like that. So I think it's fair to say that the letters that this segment is brought to you by are M and I, subtle. So the letters that have already been revealed are TRAILMI. We're so close now. Maybe you've guessed it. If you have, go to the URL, make your postcard, and we look forward to being back here on the next break. Go to your channels now and enjoy that next great piece of content.
Because future-looking statements are inherently subject to risk and uncertainty, our reminder is that you should make any purchasing decisions or investment decisions based on products that are currently commercially available.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining this session in which we are going to talk about asynchronous Apex. My name is Alba Rivas and I am a developer evangelist here at Salesforce.
Hi, my name is Kevin and I'm a developer evangelist here at Salesforce. Today, our goal is to walk you through the range of asynchronous offerings Apex provides, and when you might want to use Batch Apex versus Queuables versus Salesforce Functions. We're going to start with a review, and in 15 minutes or so when we're done, you'll know which use cases are perfect for asynchronous Apex and which are good for Salesforce Functions.
Apex is the native server-side language on the platform. We released Apex in 2006, and today there are more than 123 billion Apex transactions happening monthly. A big portion of these transactions are related to integrations with external systems. Many integrations start on Apex callouts or finish with Apex Web Service. And it is desirable that those integrations are non-blocking. This means that the user can continue working on the page until the callout finishes. We achieve that by making integrations asynchronous. Asynchronous programming has historically been a front-end development topic, but today we have seen it incorporated more and more into server-side code development. So, pay attention because during the next few minutes, Kevin and I are going to talk about the newest and coolest Apex features that will help you build amazing integrations easily.
Let's do a quick review of the async features that you can use in Apex today. First up is Batch Apex. Batch processes are the king of multi-record processing. They allow you to process data in batches, and each batch has its own transaction. This is the secret sauce. This means that each batch has its own set of governor limits and allows you to process large quantities of data, up to 50 million records. And you can do this without hitting the limits, because each batch is isolated in its own transaction. If a batch succeeds and a subsequent batch fails, the successful batches will not be rolled back. Batches are a great tool for sequential processing of unrelated data.
Batch processes are definitely great. Then we have queuables. Queuables are really fast. They are great for operations in which you don't have to process many records, just those a single transaction can handle, and they replace add future methods. Queuables are defined by classes. The class needs to implement the queuable interface, and as they are class-based, that means that you can define constructors, accept parameters in them, and much more. Most importantly, queuables can be changed together. This means that you can build multi-step asynchronous processes with them very easily. Did you ever want to make a series of API callouts while saving the data between them? That's very easy to do thanks to queuables.
This is great info, but example code is worth 1,000 words. And that's why we've created Apex Recipes. Apex Recipes is our newest sample app. You can find it here, the sticker URL below, and the recipes are broken down by category. And if we navigate to the Async Apex folder, you'll find a few examples. I want to call your attention to the Queuable Chaining Recipes class. That's a mouthful. This class is all about demonstrating how to construct queuable classes and chain them together. There's 3 things that I want to call out here. First, notice how this class has that implements queuable bit there at the end of the definition. That's the interface you need to implement in order for your class to work as a queuable. Secondly, let's look at that execute method. This method is required by the queuable interface, and it's important because this is the method where you'll put your asynchronous logic. Anything in here is what will be run when the queuable fires. Finally, I want to draw your attention to the last couple of lines in that execute method. These 2 lines demonstrate how you can enqueue another queuable. This is the magic behind chaining queuables together. Each queuable job can enqueue a single subsequent job.
This is fantastic, Kevin. And know what? We are not stopping here. We are investing in making Async Apex even better. A good example of that are transaction finalizers. Transaction Finalizers pilot is moving to open beta in spring 21. And Transaction Finalizers allow you to attach actions to queuable jobs that will execute when that job finishes, no matter if it succeeded or if it failed. A good use case for them is to design recovery actions, but I better show you a demo of that. Redgoods Insurance is our fictional car insurance company. During normal times, our mechanics use their smartphones to arrive to incident locations. However, that's not always possible, as sometimes policyholders may be in remote locations with very poor GPS coverage. Because of that, Redgoods asked its developers to generate step-by-step driving instructions so that mechanics can arrive anywhere. So let's see how they did it. First, they created a trigger on case. The trigger invokes a queuable. The queuable makes an asynchronous callout to Google Maps API. Google Maps calculates the directions, and when those directions are returned back to the queuable stores them into a custom field that we have created on the contact object. We also added a finalizer. The finalizer will retry the queuable up to 3 times in case of failure. Now let's go to VS Code. This is the class for the queuable. We attach the finalizer in the execute method. This is the class for the finalizer. It needs to implement the finalizer interface. And then, if you want to know if the queuable succeeded or failed, you can use the getResult method on the finalizer context parameter that is received in the execute method. In this case, what we do is to retry the queuable up to 3 times in case of failure. Great. So now let's go to our Redwoods app. Here we are in the Redwoods app, and what happened is that Francisco Santos was going up a mountain with his car and got a problem. He got stuck and he called us. He gave us his GPS coordinates, and now I'm going to create a case and see what happens. So what I will do is to select Francisco as the main contact, and I will indicate the subject and the description. He got a problem with his car, he's really stuck and the engine does not start, and I will click on save. When I click on save, remember that the case trigger is going to invoke the queuable, and the queuable is going to retrieve that information from Google Maps, the directions, and it's going to store that in the custom field that we have created on contact. Here we have them. The directions have been retrieved correctly. In this case, the queuable succeeded. Thus, the finalizer didn't have to retry it. But sometime later, Anna calls with a similar problem. But this time, Anna gave us wrong coordinates, and let's see what happens. I'm going to create a case with Anna, I'm going to indicate the contact, the subject, and the description, and I'm going to click on save. When I click on save, this time, as the coordinates were incorrect, the finalizer, the queuable is going to fail, and the finalizer is going to retry it up to 3 times with no luck. This time, the finalizer couldn't recover the error because the error was that the coordinates were incorrect. But if the error happened for another reason, for example, a network connection error, we could have recovered from it thanks to the finalizer. Indeed, finalizers can be used for much more. We could have extended our retry finalizer to create a task so that an agent can call Anna and ask for the correct coordinates. We could have created a login system. We could even have created a promise chain, same as you do in JavaScript. Indeed, I will tell you a secret. A promise pattern is coming to Apex recipes once the finalizer's pilot is moving to open beta.
That's an amazing example. Queuables and finalizers can help you implement many async use cases. But what if you want to implement a more complex use case? Functions to the rescue. Functions can be invoked from Apex, both synchronously and asynchronously. So let's take a look at how they work. Salesforce Functions is our service for elastic scale, serverless compute. Because they're written in Java and JavaScript, you can utilize third-party libraries for quick productivity. Now y'all might be thinking, I can't wait to get my hands on functions. But functions aren't a good match for all workloads. And we really want to help you shape your understanding of when to use native asynchronous Apex tools, such as queuables, and when to use functions. So let's examine an extended use case. Alba demonstrated the way that queuables can call out to third-party systems and integrate data and how those finalizers can then provide a mechanism for retrying failed callouts. While fast and robust, this solution still suffers from one critical problem, and that is that those directions are stored in Salesforce. If our customers end up needing help where there's no connectivity, Redwood's employees won't be able to access those directions. Thankfully, functions give us an elegant solution to this. Instead of getting the directions and storing them, we can write a function that generates a PDF, including maps and directions, and then stores that PDF back on the record in Salesforce. Employees can then print this PDF at the office before heading out to an area where there's questionable connectivity. So let me show you how we invoke that Apex function asynchronously. To invoke the function asynchronously, you have to pass a callback to the function.invoke method. This callback needs to implement the functions.function callback interface and to have a handle response method, which is where the result will be processed. Now let's try it out. We'll insert a case, our function will run, and if we navigate to the case, we'll see that the PDF was created and attached correctly. The differences between these use cases are subtle, so let's tease them out. Both integrate with third-party systems for generating directions. However, one of them also generates a PDF with a map generated from Google Maps. Creating a PDF through Visualforce is possible, but it requires calling a method that acts like a callout, and this provides some difficulty as you have to handle DML and callouts in the same transaction. You could probably write a clever, mostly bulk-safe trigger to generate PDFs with maps and imagery from a Visualforce page, but you're still going to have to deal with navigating DML after a callout. Of course, you could also write multiple queuables and chain them together to do it, alternating between DML and callouts, but each org does have a finite number of in-queued jobs each day. What's more important with functions is that there are already libraries for generating PDFs and accessing Google Map directions. You can use those libraries straight away via NPM and implement this use case really quickly. And if you're a Java expert, you can do the same thing with Java libraries. Additionally, functions are elastic, and this means that even though this particular example isn't very resource heavy, functions do not constrain you by resource limits. Functions shift the focus away from governor limits, making this sort of work much easier. They're not a replacement for asynchronous Apex, but an addition to it. Why? Because functions trade governor limits for startup time. Once a function is hot, meaning that it's up and running, they're speedy little functions. But once a function's container goes to sleep, you'll have to wait the startup time. In some cases, like this one, it's not likely that we'll need the directions PDF in seconds, so a few minutes warm-up and processing time is just fine. On the other hand, getting access to the directions in a custom field, now that would be really nice to have immediately.
When you are developing a synchronous Apex, the guidelines on which method to use are clear, but sometimes subtle. If you need to process large amounts of data, use a batch job. If you want to implement asynchronous behavior fast, use a queuable. Remember that part of the power of queuables is that you can chain them together to build a process chain. And now you can even attach finalizers to them. Finally, functions are perfect when you want to leverage the power of programming languages as Java and JavaScript, third-party libraries, and of course, elastic compute. One last more thing. Remember that we have a new sample app to help you master Apex. This is Apex Recipes. If you want to learn more about async Apex, we have recipes for you there. If you want to learn more about REST web services, we have recipes for you as well. And we are always adding more. To get started with Apex Recipes, check out this quick start that we have created on Trailhead especially for you. And with that, we have arrived to the end of the session. Thank you so much for watching and happy coding.
welcome back to the Trailblazer Lounge. I just realized we haven't taken a selfie yet. So everyone, please take a selfie with me and silly poses, everyone. Whoa, Ruth and Astro, they are super amazing. What a delight to see that. All right, and now we have Jigar Shah, a trailblazer and a Salesforce architect who has done some incredible work in India Trailblazer community and is extremely passionate about mentoring trailblazers. Jigar, can you talk about your experience in mentoring?
Absolutely. Thanks, Nitisha, and a namaste to all the trailblazers joining us today across the globe. I started off my Salesforce journey as a developer back in 2007. Since then, I have executed 100+ projects for customers across the globe. I'm a Dreamforce speaker and a speaker across multiple global dreaming events. When I started my journey back in the time with Salesforce, I realized that there was a significant need for mentorship across the Salesforce ecosystem, and that was my calling. Since then, I have been a Journey to Salesforce mentor where I help beginners take their first steps and help them navigate across the Salesforce ecosystem. I run multiple developer and admin courses for Salesforce trailblazers and enthusiasts across the globe. I am a co-organizer for channels such as Apex Hours and Path to Code, which help trailblazers acquire advanced Salesforce technical concepts. And last but not the least, I am a coach and a mentor for rad women. So trailblazers, each one, teach one, and help mentor someone and have them blaze new trails. May the force be with you.
That's amazing, Jigar. Each one, teach one. Wow. And I also heard, apart from your mentorship talent, you have an X factor. An X factor. Is this what it is?
We're dancing.
Yeah, this is amazing. It's not easy though. Whoa, super hard moves out there. Wow, amazing. And now, do it faster. Trailblazer, the letter X has brought us all some laughter. And make sure you pick your session and keep dancing. We'll see you again in the next break.
Because future-looking statements are inherently subject to risk and uncertainty, our reminder is that you should make any purchasing decisions or investment decisions based on products that are currently commercially available.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining this session. My name is Kirill Saxonov, and I'm a Director of Product Management on the Salesforce platform, with my focus being the entire UI stack. I run teams varying from security to data access, loading, and caching. For the past several years, I've worked on the web platform in multiple aspects, ranging from PWAs, web views, extensions, browser security, W3C standards, and many more, doing my best to evolve the web as the development platform of choice. I'm here today to take you through what's next with Lightning Web Components. I'll be showing that through a combination of slides and demos. Knowing that many of you here are from a diverse set of development backgrounds and could be new to LWC, I'd like to quickly walk through what Lightning Web Components are and how you are able to leverage the framework to build fast, scalable, and secure experiences. As many of you know, we released Lightning Web Components in 2019. It's our modern JavaScript framework, embracing the latest standards that we're building and improving in the open. In the last couple years, we've seen unprecedented adoption of LWC, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for making that happen. With the theme of remaining transparent, in 2 years, we've seen over 15 million components written and used in production. And that number is only growing as you write more code to create new experiences today. So thank you. Thank you for your feedback, ideas, thoughtful scenarios, and thank you for continuing to build on this amazing LWC journey with us. Now on to the fun part, with the new features that I'll be covering in this talk. First, I'll walk you through how you can leverage Lightning-based components not only within your Salesforce org, but for your general off-core website development. Second, I'll show how you can add your own custom branding to those components through SLDS styling hooks. And third, I'll talk about our next iteration of the Locker service and show how more and more JavaScript libraries just work. That won't be all though, so be sure to stay tuned to the end of the talk for a sneak peek around rich data access coming soon in LWC. Let's take a deep dive into the Lightning-based components NPM package, available for any developer to leverage. Base components are the fundamental building blocks of many Lightning web components. They allow developers to leverage and reuse highly performant, accessible functionality across multiple complex components and experiences, empowering you to build modern, scalable user interfaces with high code reuse, giving you more time to focus on your specific customer scenarios. Thanks to the new release of the Base Components NPM package, just prior to Winter 21, you can now leverage them in your custom component development, not only within a Salesforce org, but off-core in any external web experience. Let's take a look at how Pulsar, a fictional electric car manufacturer, uses Salesforce platform, leveraging components to build custom apps on top of their CRM. For example, they built this car configurator that sales reps use in the showroom to configure cars with their customers. Let's go through the steps. I can choose the range, the exterior color, the interior color, and at the end of the process, I can specify the lead this configuration was created for, so we can text them a summary of the car they configured. That's a great user experience built with Lightning Web Components. Let's take a look at the code. Now in Visual Studio Code, let's take a look at the car configurator component. The template is just regular HTML. The component is regular JavaScript using the custom element specification. When you use Lightning Web Components, you truly are using the latest web standards. Now back to the Pulsar org. Leveraging Lightning-based components, a primitive building block like this button can be used across the entire LWC experience. Let's explore and take a look at the Inventory tab, where Pulsar has decided to leverage LWC to build a more visually appealing experience for their users. These are all highly customized components, allowing Pulsar Sales Manager to quickly glance at the vehicles that are in their inventory. Yet once again, these components are built using the same base component building blocks, including Lightning cards, Lightning buttons, and more. Amazing components, once again built by the same Pulsar developer. This Pulsar developer worked tirelessly to build this amazing experience inside their Salesforce org, but now their PM has come in with new requirements. The PM would like to provide the same car configurator experience externally as a standalone web app. Pulsar wants their customers to be able to build their dream cars at home, creating a lead in the Salesforce org once the configuration is complete. This doesn't trip up the developer. They're able to quickly recreate this experience externally because LWC is highly portable and designed for code reuse. The Pulsar developer is able to copy and paste most of the code and components using the same base components from the NPM package and light up the same experience externally in no time at all. LWC has the flexibility and portability to scale across multiple customer needs, whether it's traditional Salesforce org development or highly customized off-core solution to meet your ever-changing requirements. That's the power of LWC with the new NPM package for base components, allowing you to leverage the same building blocks you're used to across all your custom component development. For more information around the Base Components NPM package and Base Components in general, feel free to read over our recently released blog. Now let's take a look at SLDS styling hooks. We've been listening to your feedback, and one thing that we know is very important to all customers is the ability to express their unique brand. While the Salesforce Lightning Design System is very powerful, providing consistent look and feel across all components in a performant and accessible manner, it lacked when it came to flexibility around customization. There have been many technical solutions for making this customization in the past, but all of those approaches, such as overriding styles or extending the default styles, were fragile. Any changes we would make to the component DOM would result in your styles no longer getting applied. If we updated our styles to meet new requirements, there was a chance our overrides would prevent our styles from getting applied as well. As part of exploring how to solve this problem, we wanted to reimagine how you can better express your look and feel in a more maintainable way, and once again took better advantage of web standards. Introducing SLDS styling hooks in Winter 21 made customizability much easier in a supported way. Styling hooks make our design system more flexible by giving you the opportunity to drastically change the look and feel of a Lightning web component simply by editing its CSS. Let's go back to our Pulsar demo in Visual Studio Code and see it in action. This is once again the car configurator component we were looking at in the Pulsar demo. Let's go into the CSS for the component. Styling hooks make it easy to style your components using custom properties. For example, to apply a different background color to all the buttons in this component, in this case the Pulsar brain color, let's specify these CSS custom properties. After making the change, let's use the installed SFDX VS Code extensions to deploy it live to the Pulsar org. Switching back to the Pulsar org, all we have to do is hit reload. Once the page refreshes, we can see the button color change to the Pulsar brain color that we've specified. Styling hooks give you the ability to apply styling changes in a supported manner through SLDS. To learn more, please visit our new blog outlining styling hooks. Now let's move over to everyone's favorite topic, security. Okay, maybe not everyone's favorite, but definitely mine. Jokes aside, one of the really amazing aspects of the LWC framework is that it comes with security built in. Since web development today, including that within a Salesforce org, is a heterogeneous mixture of components and scripts from multiple different authors, not all of which are trusted, we require a layer in the UI protecting all code and experiences from potentially malicious attacks and inadvertent changes. This is where Lightning Locker comes in. It is built-in security preventing things such as cross-site scripting attacks, global access to all cookies, and tampering across namespaces. As with any security measure, there are usually consequences which tend to hinder a developer's normal development flows due to restrictions and limitations. With Lightning Locker, we really wanted to focus on usable security, protecting your Lightning web components without the negative impact. So we went back to the drawing board. We're really excited to share with you that we're working on a next generation Locker pilot that will allow you to leverage a greater number of web APIs, have improved support for third-party libraries, and enable you to import and communicate across namespaces, all while maintaining security, privacy, and trust. Sounds promising, right? Let's see all of this in action. We're going to use the same example Pulsar org as earlier, but this time we're going to look at an active support case that Pulsar is investigating. Let's double click on the active case. Here we see the normal case flow, but we are able to switch over to the Custom Battery Diagnostics tab. This allows a Pulsar Service Manager to monitor the battery performance and usage for the vehicle. We can see the expected range versus the actual from a real vehicle in the fleet. To build this graph, the component developer used Chart.js, a popular charting library. With current Locker, there are slight limitations to the functionality that's supported. But this component is running with Next-Gen Locker enabled. The Pulsar developer had to make no changes to have all Chart.js functionality just work. With Next-Gen Locker, there are much fewer constraints to enabling any third-party library, not just Chart.js. Products and tools like Prism.js, Webpack, analytics libraries like Google Analytics will work in your components with little to no modifications. Another heavily requested feature by our developer community that we've enabled is cross-namespace communication. If you'd like to import a component from another namespace or share base classes across namespaces, you're now able to do so. This all while maintaining the security invariants and measures enforced by the current Locker version and more. If you're interested in Next-Gen Locker, feel free to reach out to your account rep or me directly. We'll be expanding the pilot to add more and more customers soon. That concludes our Pulsar demo. If you'd like to learn more, you can find this entire demo and instructions on how to deploy it on GitHub at the following URL. So go ahead, try out using base components, styling hooks, and all of the included custom Lightning Web Components yourselves, and give us feedback about what you'd like to see incorporated next. For even more demos and real LWC code, check out our LWC recipes. Now, what about that sneak preview that was promised at the beginning of the talk? I haven't forgotten. So far, we've spent time going through how you can build rich, powerful, and highly customizable UI experiences using LWC, but there has been one big thing missing. What about the data? Just as I shared, with LWC built on the latest web standards in the open, releasing base components to NPM, and the next generation of the Locker service striving to support more and more third-party libraries directly, we want to keep going with that open culture. So I'm really happy to announce that we're adopting another open standard, GraphQL. Imagine that Pulsar developer wanted to query data across multiple objects and have just one JSON payload containing all of the results returned. When we finish support for GraphQL, they'll be able to do just that directly in LWC. With our implementation, we're also keeping caching and performance in mind. The records retrieved through a GraphQL query will abide by the same cache policies that are enforced by the Lightning Data Service, allowing for record reuse across all components on a page and significantly reduce trips to the server. GraphQL will introduce a very powerful mechanism for components to load specific records and fields they require to build relevant and dynamic experiences for their users. We can't wait to share more with you as the implementation progresses, so stay tuned for future pilot news. If you're eager to try out GraphQL functionality on top of our existing UI REST APIs directly without LWC and give us very early developer feedback, please reach out to me directly. And that's a wrap. We'll continue to listen to your feedback and do our best to build a platform that meets your needs. For more information around styling hooks, base components, and LWC, feel free to visit any of the links called out throughout the talk. And don't be afraid to speak up, ask questions, and make suggestions. Thank you so much for tuning in, and enjoy the rest of your sessions.
Capado DevOps helps you deliver innovation on Salesforce with more speed, reliability, and visibility than ever before. Give your teams the platform they need to manage development with a pipeline manager. Release your innovation on demand with continuous delivery and automated testing. And continuously improve using the intelligence of DevOps 360 to optimize every step of the process. Check out Capado DevOps on AppExchange to learn more.
You thought we'd left you? No, we're all still here. Come back, Trailblazer Lounge. Come back. It's just a little bit of fun we're having here in the Trailblazer Lounge to keep you on your toes. Now, speaking of things that we're not finished with yet, I'm not finished with talking with our Trailblazers, and I'm going to have a chat now with Kel Henderson. I'm going to go and have a seat back here. Kel, how are we doing, Kel?
Excellent, excellent.
Wonderful. Now, Kel, you're based over in Perth, Australia, so far away from me in Sydney, but you are just so passionate about the Trailblazer community and building that over in Perth. Tell me why you're so passionate about that.
Well, I started using Salesforce at a small non-for-profit in about 2014, and getting started over here, it's pretty remote, really hard to get support. I didn't really know who to ask for help. Game changer for me was Trailhead. So when Trailhead launched, we got interest, we started up a meetup, and I'm a big fan of the teaching method of see one, do one, teach one. So we were able to use those meeting groups as the forum to go and teach one, and that helped me learn a lot. So then I connected with the user groups in Brisbane, Sydney and Wellington. They became a part of my global network, and now I don't think that there's any problem that I can't go and ask somebody to help with. So it all starts locally, and the more I seem to give, the more I seem to get back.
I love it, Kel. You are so passionate, and I love it. And I think I'd refer to you as a national treasure. And speaking of something that's hard to find, we've got some postcards because people have solved the scavenger hunt. Can we bring up some of those postcards that we see people posting there on these social media channels? I think we've got Anna. Hi, Anna, all the way from New Zealand. We've got Eric. We've got Lorna. And we've got Prina, yes, from Brisbane. Love seeing all your happy, smiling faces. In case you haven't figured out the word, maybe you could complete a trail mix to figure it out. Just me saying a word very subtly and slow, trail mix. Yes, okay. That's fun. Okay, I love seeing all these postcards coming in. Keep coming. Have you figured out the word? Trail mix. Yeah, that's how you go. You go to that, you put your photo there, you tell us what Dreamforce it is. We have some first timers. That's so exciting that now we're doing this all digitally. We're able to bring Dreamforce to your living rooms. If it's so hard to travel overseas, we love that we can come straight to your living rooms and give everyone their first Dreamforce experience. Okay, we're getting close to our next break. And we're going back to our content. We remember our 5 channels. We've got admin, we've got developer, we've got architect, partner, learning and community. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're on those circles of success. I hope you're in all of our live rooms. I hope you're engaging on the chat. And I'm having so much fun coming to you every break, and we'll see you on the next one.
Because future-looking statements are inherently subject to risk and uncertainty, our reminder is that you should make any purchasing decisions or investment decisions based on products that are currently commercially available.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining. My name is Philippe Ozil. I'm a developer advocate on the Salesforce platform.
And hi, I'm Sam Raynard. I'm a senior product manager for Salesforce Flow. Welcome. As evidenced by the fact that we are having this session virtually and not in person, the pandemic has affected businesses around the world. As we all remember, these changes were not gradual. Pretty much overnight, we were all working from home, and that meant companies needed to transform and digitize their businesses just as quickly. At the center of that transformation is the employee. But it isn't just about keeping the speed of work high. Equally as important is making sure that employees are efficient, happy, and safe. To make sure that employees can work safely from home, ourselves included, companies rely heavily on their IT organizations and their developers. That's why we're launching Einstein Automate, your one-stop shop for building end-to-end workflows for every industry. Einstein Automate enables you to compose intelligent workflows with integrated experiences that can reach across any system that your employees are touching. And it enables you to build quickly with pre-built solutions and packaged libraries. Einstein Automate pulls together our automation capabilities across Platform, Einstein, MuleSoft, Industries, and AppExchange. Unfortunately, we don't have the time today to dive deep on all of these products, but what we will do is focus on building dynamic experiences with Salesforce Flow and using Flow to integrate with third-party systems by using MuleSoft Endpoint Platform, external services, and Apex. One key part of intelligent workflows is building dynamic experiences that guide users through those workflows. With that in mind, we're going to highlight some awesome enhancements coming to Flow screens. Thanks to new beta functionality coming in Spring 21, you can customize your screen layouts directly from Flow Builder. Previously, the only way to create layouts in Flow screens was with custom code. Now that capability is at everyone's fingertips. With the new section component, you can add multiple rows with different columns, and you can set each column's width separately. Because this is built on the Lightning design system, Flow columns obey the same responsiveness rules as the rest of Lightning experience. Pretty slick. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Einstein Automate provides several tools to help you automate across every industry. But you might be wondering, how do developers fit into this story? By layering extensions on top of those low-code solutions, which admins and developers alike can use to build even more engaging experiences. When it comes to Flow screens, the best extension point is Lightning Web Components. In Winter 21, we GA'd 2 new LWC features that enable you to make the most of your component code. First is the ability to write screen components using generic S-objects, which means you don't need to duplicate the same component to have it work for different objects. Second is the ability to customize the configuration experience of your screen components. While these features don't directly enable you to build better experiences, they do allow you to code smarter. So instead of building the same component over and over again for different objects, or responding to the same questions about how to configure your component, you can spend more time on things that do enable more dynamic and intelligent experiences. Let's take this custom quick choice component for an example, which we installed from the automation component sample gallery. Here's what the property editor looks like by default. It takes a lot of inputs, and the ordering is by no means logical or straightforward. It's actually alphabetical. Now here's that same component with a custom property editor applied, and what a difference it makes. Instead of a long list of key value pairs, we see useful controls like field pickers and sliders. And the modalities in the component are clear. Certain fields are only visible if the input source is pick list, and there's conditional validation on those fields. So how does it work? Each custom property editor is actually an LWC itself, referenced from the screen component. The custom property editor receives data from Flow Builder and then dispatches changes back to be stored in the Flow metadata. The good news is you don't have to start from scratch when building your own custom property editor. You'll find a starter pack of common controls on the unofficial SF community. It includes things like object and field pickers, formula editors, as well as a combo box that shows all the available resources in the flow. And the beauty of these features, generic S-objects and custom property editors, is they're not isolated to Lightning Web Components. That exact same functionality is also available for custom Apex actions. Now, speaking of Apex, I'm going to pass the baton to Philippe, who's going to talk about how Flow works with other integration technologies available in Einstein Automate.
Thanks, Sam. Modern apps don't work in silos. They communicate with each other to bring the best experience to the users. Whenever you need a third-party application from within a flow, you can use a custom flow action implemented with Apex. Let's take a look at a basic implementation that just posted a message on Slack. We've taken the simplest approach by using a Slack webhook to avoid building a full-fledged authentication flow. We're using a name credential to store the secret URL that lets us post the message. Let's look at our implementation now. The Slack post class contains a method annotated with add-invocable variable. This lets the platform take our method as an invocable action that can be used in the flow. The class holds two inner classes that wrap the input and output parameters. These parameters are identified with add-invocable variable annotations. We're taking a name credential as an input and a message, and for the output, we are returning a boolean that indicates whether the operation succeeded and an error message if something went wrong. Just like for Apex triggers, our invocable method needs to be bulkified. In most cases, you're only going to call it once, but it needs to support multiple requests. Here you can see that we're taking a list of input parameters and returning a list of output parameters. In this example, we've built a custom Slack integration class that handles these Slack calls with a post message method. And that's it. That's the code of the action. We can add the icing on the cake now by plugging in a custom property editor. And yes, these also work on actions, not just on screen components. Let's see how good this looks in our org. I'm going to add our action to this flow. Let's edit it to see the custom property editor. With this custom UI, we can use a mix of custom and baseline web components to create a form that provides a great user experience for our Flow admins. For example, here, we have a combo box that returns the list of available name credentials, and here we have a rich text input. So there's no risk of errors, and we can preview the message here. While our basic Slack integration is flexible and functional, it has some drawbacks. First, it's limited to Slack channels that we have imported as dedicated name credentials. Secondly, it requires about 60 lines of Apex, and that's not even counting the related test code. So what if I told you that you can do even better without any code? We're excited to share that we're working on a pilot that lets you generate an external service from an OpenAPI 3.0 schema. What's so cool about this new feature is that it automatically generates up to 25 actions from the schema operations. All of that without requiring a single line of code. And as the saying goes, code that you don't write is code that you don't have to test or maintain. In case you're wondering, OpenAPI specification, or OAS in short, is a standard that describes RESTful APIs in a way which allows both humans and computers to discover and understand the capabilities of a service. OAS was formerly known as the Swagger specification. Sounds promising, right? Let's take a look at this. We're going to use the same example as earlier, but this time we're going to post our Slack message with MuleSoft. I'm now in MuleSoft Flow Designer, and I'm looking at a flow that integrates with Slack. The flow starts by exposing an HTTP endpoint. Note the dynamic paths that contain the two parameters, channel and message. We use a transform operation on the second card. This allows us to extract the channel and message parameters from the incoming HTTP requests to URI parameters. Finally, we use one of the pre-built Mule connectors to post a message to Slack. We use our parameters to set the channel and the message. Let's now switch to our Salesforce org. We've defined a name credential that specifies our Mule app instance-based URL. The next step is to create the external service. We enter a name, select our name credentials for MuleSoft, and now we can provide an OAS schema in JSON. Copying over here a simple OpenAPI schema that I wrote to describe how to call our MuleSoft flow, let me walk you through the important bits. Here you can see our endpoint path with two parameters, the channel and the message. Here's the definition of our parameters with their name, description, type, and the fact that they're required. That's it. That's a really simple schema with just one operation. Let's move to the next step. The schema is parsed, and we can now select between 1 and 25 operations from it. Here we can find the post Slack message operation with its two parameters, and here we can select it and move to the final step. We can now review the action that will be generated from the operation. Notice how the parameters and descriptions are carried over from the schema. We click Done, and that's it. We can now use our new action in a flow. Let's open the flow and add the action to it. Here we can see a new category with the name of our external service. From there, we can select our action. We configure it by giving it a label and an API name. And we assign the channel and the message parameters. Now that we have configured our flow, let's save it and then test it. We fill our name, the first screen. This executes our flow action that calls our MuleSoft app and posts a Slack notification. And here's the notification. That's how you integrate fast with the best tool for the job. You can go full code when you want to have some flexibility and control. And you can save some time by importing actions from an external service with OpenAPI. Always keep in mind that these two options are not exclusive. They add up to deliver the best value. I'll now pass it back to Sam, who's going to cover the amazing features that are coming up on the Einstein Automate roadmap.
Thanks, Philippe. There's a lot of exciting enhancements to look forward to. Let's check them out. We're continuing to invest really heavily in Flow with both admins and developers in mind. Multi-column screens, which you saw earlier in this session, will be going from pilot to beta in spring and then to GA in summer. In the coming release, you'll also see features that make it easier to work with callouts from screen flows and more debugging enhancements like visual path tracing. For the foreseeable future, you can look forward to continued investment in better debugging, error handling, testing, and monitoring. Now on to external services. The pilot that Philippe mentioned is what's referred to here as Enhanced Schema. It includes support for the OpenAPI 3.0 spec. Then further down the road, our plan is to make actions generated from external services available to Einstein bots and Apex. And moving forward, the legacy version of external services will be end-of-lifed in summer. So if you're still using that, it's time to upgrade. Now, finally, let's talk about MuleSoft. Today, you saw how you can integrate Salesforce with your MuleSoft Anypoint APIs by using external services. We're going to make it even easier to generate MuleSoft actions and use them in flows. And then later, we'll support them in other places like Einstein bots. Last but not least, we're launching MuleSoft Composer, the fastest and easiest way to connect your apps and data to Salesforce. Composer empowers admins and developers alike to automate integrations in ways they've never done before and frees up development time for the entire organization. And that's a wrap. Check out this trail mix for additional details about all the things we covered today. You'll find information about the multi-column screens and enhanced schema pilots, documentation about custom property editors and invocable Apex actions, as well as some fantastic Trailhead content. Thank you so much for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your sessions.
Metazoa Snapshot is a comprehensive org management solution to help manage, clean up, and optimize your orgs. Identify and eliminate technical debt and unused metadata. Visualize profiles with edit, merge, and assignment capabilities. Then deploy data and metadata with clicks, not code, designed for admins and developers. Check out Metazoa on AppExchange to learn more.
Did you know that our brains receive 11 million bits of information every second? However, we can only consciously process around 40 bits. This is called unconscious bias. We all have it, but these mental shortcuts can create harmful stereotypes. Skilling up on equality makes us a stronger community. Learn more on Trailhead and earn the Impact of Unconscious Bias badge.
Hello from Germantown, Maryland. I welcome you to Dream TX.
Bonjour à tous depuis Genève en Suisse, and welcome to Dream TX.
Hey Einstein, Dream TX, it's finally here. Have fun!
Hi, I'm Jen, and this is my Customer 360 story. We use Salesforce in our pre-sales motion from the first touch all the way to close and beyond. But at Gigster, we use even more of the platform because we built our own objects that we use to run our services projects. A dog walked straight in while I was talking. So one of the things I'm really proud about at Gigster is that we can use the Salesforce Customer 360 platform to look at how our go-to-market motion is doing against our objectives that we set. Because we have such a well-aligned process that involves the marketing and sales organizations, and we use the same measurements to gauge health, marketing and sales leadership can look at Salesforce and we can understand where the next dollar should best be placed for maximum impact. I've used Salesforce as the single source of truth for my marketing and sales measurement for many many years. I feel like the technology goals and the humanity goals of the company are well aligned to what I need in my business and in my life. That was my Customer 360 story.
Welcome back, Trailblazers. While we are having fun virtually, we have been on the computers for a while. So let's do some stretching. All right. How about quick neck, shoulder, and torso twist? On the count of three, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Let's do our neck twist now. Nice and slow. And shoulder rolls. All right, and now let's do a little bit of torso twists. And a woohoo, all pumped up. Now let's hear from our trailblazer, Meera Nair from Trivandrum, India, a working mom who has 12 years of Salesforce experience, has helped many women come back to work. Meera, can you tell us about how have you brought all these women back to work?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much, Nitisha and Salesforce team for this opportunity to share my story. I joined as a fresher through campus placement at USD. There, I got an opportunity to get trained in Salesforce. That was the first time I was hearing about Salesforce, and I was not very sure if I can really build my professional career in CRM platform. But I am really happy and proud to say that I am completing my 12th year in Salesforce ecosystem now. I am a Salesforce certified system and application architect, and the journey and learning still continue with Salesforce. Personally, Salesforce cloud-based development model helped me a lot to keep a proper work-life balance, especially when my kids were small. I know many women professionals who had to discontinue their career after marriage and after having kids. When some of them contacted me to get guidance on how to restart their career, I was happy to introduce them to Salesforce. Because of the faith my company had on me, I was able to help some of them to join my company and get trained in Salesforce. And I am really proud to say that they are also able to build a successful career through Salesforce.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's so fun. And we're going to have a look more at those postcards. Yes, we got Baxter Boo, Goldie in the house. That's so exciting. Keep those posts coming. Love it. Oh, another first Dreamforce. How fun is that? I hope you're enjoying it. I hope we're making fun. Sika, hope you're enjoying our DreamTX experience. Simon, thank you so much for posting that postcard and sleuthing through it. And so much fun. Another first timer. That's wonderful. I hope you're having a fun time. We're having fun with you. Choose your next segment and we'll be back.
Because future-looking statements are inherently subject to risk and uncertainty, our reminder is that you should make any purchasing decisions or investment decisions based on products that are currently commercially available.
Hi everyone, let's talk about APIs. Salesforce has always taken an API-first approach when building its products, which has resulted in a huge API landscape. Even though these APIs are well documented and feature-rich, the experience that you as a developer have when using them clearly needs improvement. My name is Aditya, a developer advocate at Salesforce, and I'm here to show you the future of developer experience when using Salesforce APIs. I'm also going to show you a few features which are going to significantly reduce the time that you spend when interacting with these APIs. Let's get started. At a very high level, you can group all the Salesforce APIs into these families over here. You have the SOAP API, REST API, Bulk API, and so on. And we're always working on continuously enhancing these APIs. This year, we rolled out a few updates like usage-based entitlements for API requests, improved bulk limits, and also launched new APIs like the Composite Graph API. But as a developer, how do I interact with these APIs? First, I explore them, which means I look at how the request is framed, what parameters it accepts, and then I run it against my org to see what the result looks like. Once I've completed exploring the APIs, I'm going to integrate them with my business processes. And in some cases, write a bunch of code to send the request, parse the response, handle errors, and so on. Today, we're going to look at the future of both of these aspects, the future of API exploration and the future of API integration. Before jumping into exploring the APIs, let's look at the app against which we're going to run these APIs. We're going to be working with eBikes, which is an app from our sample gallery. It's a simple app used by electric bike resellers to manage their orders. Here we are in the eBikes org, and we're using a custom object called products, in which we are going to store the details of the bikes. If you go into the detail page of a product, you'll see that we have created many custom fields to store information like the color of the bike, the price, material, and so on. We are using another custom object called reseller orders in order to store and manage orders. Each order is related to an account, has a status, and has one or more order line items. Now, I want to interact with this app using APIs. Today, the central place where I can find all the APIs is the developer website. But to try it out, I'll have to use a tool like the Workbench. While Workbench works fine, it has several limitations like it doesn't have any request templates, you cannot save a request and fire it against multiple orgs, and so on. The solution for that is Postman, which is a free and a pretty popular tool that specializes in API exploration. And you can use it to not just explore Salesforce APIs, but any other APIs that you want. And to make it easy for you to explore Salesforce APIs using Postman, we've created an API collection, which is a bunch of request templates for the hundreds of Salesforce APIs that we have. You can download this collection today from the Postman marketplace, which is also called the API network. Today, we're going to see how this collection simplifies API exploration. Here I am in Postman where I've imported the collection. In the left pane, I can see all the different APIs grouped into folders. The latest addition to this collection is the CPQ APIs. To get started with this collection, you'll first create an environment. Click the gear icon to manage environments. You create one environment for each org that you're going to work with. And the details of the org, like the domain name, username, password, go into environment variables. You can switch between multiple environments to execute your request against different orgs. Once you've created the environment, you're going to log in. This collection lets you try out different login flows, something that Workbench doesn't allow you to do. Let's go with SOAP login as it's the easiest one. And remember, depending on the login type, make sure you populate the relevant environment variables. For SOAP login, you just need the username and password. Click Send to login. Once the login is successful, we're going to store the session ID in an environment variable and automatically add it to the header of every subsequent request. Let's now explore some APIs. Let's start with the query endpoint. Once you select the query endpoint, you'll see that the template populates a default request. It also populates the header information, and notice how the session ID is being picked up from the environment variables. Let me fire a simple query that gets a list of products from the eBikes org. Once I send the request, you can see that it returns the results as expected and includes the name field that we have just queried. Now, what if I want to query all the custom fields and not just the name field? Instead of specifying each and every field manually in the query, starting Spring 21, I can use the new fields function. You just need to write select fields of all that denotes all the fields from a given object name. Now I send the request and you can see that the result includes all the fields, both standard and custom. Next, let's explore the new Composite Graph API, which is generally available starting Winter 21. The Composite Graph API allows you to make a large number of CRUD operations on related S objects. Again, what you'll notice here is that once I click the template, a default request is populated. And a typical request is framed this way. It has one or more graphs, and each graph has one or more composite sub-requests. So let's say I want to insert some accounts, reseller orders related to those accounts, and order line items related to those orders, all in one shot. This is how the request will be framed. The first graph has all the details related to the Trailblazers account. And the first sub-request within this graph actually inserts the account. Here, I'm using a reference ID so that I can relate this account to multiple objects. The second sub-request is going to insert the order. See how I'm using the reference ID that I just created to relate this order to the account. In a similar way, I can add multiple other sub-requests for all the other orders and order line items related to the Trailblazers account. The second graph deals with all the records for another account called Universal Containers. The way we've designed the Graph API is that if one sub-request within a graph fails, we're going to roll back the entire graph so that you don't have to deal with incomplete records. Now let's hit send. And once you get the response back, you can see that you can check the status of each and every individual sub-request. If all the sub-requests are successful, then the graph is marked as successful. But in the case of the second graph, you'll notice that the first sub-request has failed, which is why none of the other sub-requests have been executed, and the entire second graph has been marked as unsuccessful. Now, if I want to test if this request runs correctly against any other org, all I need to do is change the drop-down above. Easy, right? If you're already using this collection, let us know your experience using the chat window. If not, use it now and let us know what you think. We are also in the process of giving you some parts of this experience directly on the developer website, but that's a discussion for next year. And this concludes the first part, which is the future of API exploration. Now let's move on to the second part, which is the future of API integration. Once you've understood the APIs, you might have to write some code to integrate these APIs into external apps. But wouldn't it be awesome if this code can be auto-generated? For that, the APIs need to be documented in a system understandable format, which is what we call a specification. The industry standard for REST API specifications is OpenAPI, previously known as Swagger. So we aren't the only ones renaming our products. The latest version of OpenAPI is 3.0. The other specification format we have for REST is RAML, that we internally use to auto-generate code for wire adapters based on API specification. So the wire adapters you have for UI API are not written by hand. And finally, the specification format for SOAP is WSDL. You can both generate and consume these API specifications in Salesforce, and this table kind of summarizes what you can do today. When it comes to WSDL, you can import an external WSDL file, and Salesforce auto-generates Apex classes based on it. You can also generate enterprise and partner WSDL files for your Salesforce org. And these two features have been around for quite some time. It's nothing new. When it comes to OpenAPI specifications, you can import a spec using external services that auto-generates invocable actions. Currently, you can only import OpenAPI version 2 spec, and the ability to import an OpenAPI version 3 spec is in pilot. When it comes to producing OpenAPI specification for Salesforce APIs, you'll notice that we have a few specs for Einstein APIs, but nothing really for the core platform, which is why we have piloted the ability to generate OpenAPI version 3 spec for Salesforce REST APIs. We started this journey in Winter 21 by creating a standard specification for the SObjects REST API. And in Spring 21, we are enhancing it by giving you an endpoint that generates a specification that reflects your org's customizations. You can then use this spec to auto-generate code stubs for your external apps. To demo this, we're going to be extending the eBikes app on Salesforce with a public-facing order tracking app built using Node.js and LWC OSS. I've already built the UI for this. You just need to enter the order ID and hit the track button, and it's going to show you the order status, which right now is a dummy value. Let's look at the code behind this. The on-click handler for the button invokes a local endpoint. And this endpoint is exposed using Node.js. And it returns a hard-coded message that you've just seen. Now, I want to integrate this app with Salesforce so that I can fetch the order status from there. There are many ways to do this, but I'll go with the OpenAPI specification approach because it's the fastest. Back in Postman, I'm going to use the new OpenAPI spec generation endpoint. Since it's not a part of a collection, I'm going to manually add the authorization header. And once I hit send, it's going to come back to me with a specification. It includes some basic details about the API, the base URL for all the endpoints, the authentication mechanisms it supports, and a list of paths, where each path corresponds to an endpoint in the SObjects REST API. There are different paths for different objects in the org. And as I mentioned, it's going to reflect your org's customizations, which is why you'll see a dedicated endpoint for the product's custom object. Let me save this response as a file. Now I'm going to use Swagger CodeGen, which is one of the many tools available to create code stubs based on a specification. It's a simple jar file that I can invoke using command line. And it takes in 3 arguments: the source of the specification file, the source of the output directory, and the language. It's going to take some time to run, but once it's done, the output directory is going to contain a bunch of code stubs and a README file. The README file is going to have instructions on how you can use these code stubs. Along with the boilerplate code, it's also going to include a list of JavaScript methods it has created, one for each endpoint in the specification. Now I'm going to follow these steps in my project. So back in my LWC OSS project, I'm going to first import these code stubs using the command npm install. Once the installation is successful, I'm going to add the boilerplate code to initialize these APIs, which I've just copy-pasted from the README file. And finally, I'm going to replace the hard-coded message with a call to a function that corresponds to an endpoint that is responsible for getting the order details based on the order ID. Let's go back to the app and fire the request one more time. You can now see that the status is coming from Salesforce. How long did that take me? Less than 10 minutes, right? And that's how easy it is to integrate apps using the new specification. So what's on the roadmap for this awesome new feature? Once our work with the SObjects REST API is done, we're going to move on with the other APIs in the REST API family. And this concludes the second part, which is the future of API integration. So where to go from here? If you'd like to be a part of the pilot for the new OpenAPI specification, please raise a case with us or get in touch with your account team. Your feedback is really important to us so that we can improve your developer experience. Also, before Summer 21 comes out, don't forget to transition your legacy external services to use the enhanced external services. And also make sure all your integrations are updated to use the API version greater than 20. With that, I'd like to say thank you for your time and have a great rest of the conference.
Financial Force accelerates growth with modern, customer-centric ERP and services automation solutions on Salesforce. Eliminate process gaps between your front and back office, reducing backlog and revenue leakage. Leverage actionable data for greater innovation and profitability. And rapidly adopt mixed revenue models to meet new customer demands. Check out Financial Force on AppExchange to learn more.
Did you know most of the time we all have positive intent, but sometimes it's the impact of our actions and words that can do harm to others? We all make mistakes, but we can commit to remembering it's the impact, not the intent, that matters. Skilling up on equality makes us a stronger community. Learn more on Trailhead and earn the Inclusive Marketing Practices Badge.
Back to the Trailblazer Lounge. Now, it's been a bit of time that we've had to, keep up this energy. So we've been having a chat about the best kind of snacks. We're just having a bit of a snack break. Interestingly enough, a lot of people said trail mix. Why is she saying it so slow, like it's some kind of clue to some kind of scavenger hunt postcard? I don't know. But what I do know is I have another interview coming right up with a wonderful trailblazer out of Singapore. And we have Johan Yu. Now, Johan, thank you so much for joining us today. You have been an absolute pillar of the community over in Singapore for like 9 years, I think it is. Why are you so passionate about the community, and what have you done to really drive that international connection?
Hi, Megan. Sure. I have been joined Trailblazer community for last 9 years. It all started when I joined a company when I'm the only one who knows Salesforce well. But at that time, I will have 7 years experience. Still a lot of things I still do not know. I go to this community, I ask a lot of questions, and I got answers in minutes. After a month, I try to give back. I answer other people's questions. I learned a lot. I learned the solutions, best practice, limitations, workaround, and so on. But the best, I have a lot of new friends. Dreamforce is the best place to meet these new people. 2 years ago, Dreamforce 2018, me and 2 other trailblazers, we arranged walk across Golden Gate Bridge just before Dreamforce. So it's amazing walk. Hundreds of trailblazers around the world join us, and we have a fun, and we kick off just before Dreamforce. Thank you.
That sounds awesome. How fun to make people join from across the world and walk across the Golden Gate Bridge. Well, we'll have to, put that in our minds and do it a bit more virtually today, I guess. But we have some more postcards. So we've got those super sleuths figuring out that keyword. So let's have a look. So we've got Naveen there having his 4th Dreamforce. Wonderful. And this is at, let me check here, my Twitter, at Nagsforce there. Thank you. First Dreamforce. That's so exciting. And now we've got at SFDC Simran, your Twitter handle. Another first timer. Thank you so much for joining. At least I'm hopefully doing better than Mark himself as your host. And now we've got Kathy Waterworth. Awesome. Love it. Keep those postcards coming. I love that we can show them to you live. We're having a lot of fun here. And don't forget, we've got that Dream Quest. If you complete that and you're in a participating country, you go in the chance to win a Dream TX t-shirt, but everyone that completes the quest will get a fun community badge there as well. So everyone gets something. And speaking of something, we have more content coming your way right now. So pick your channel and pick up a paddle, and we'll be back on the next break.
Because future-looking statements are inherently subject to risk and uncertainty, our reminder is that you should make any purchasing decisions or investment decisions based on products that are currently commercially available.
Hello, Stephanie and Claire from the tooling team here. Our team builds the tools you use to build on the platform, like the CLI and extensions for VS Code. We want to show you the latest and greatest, so let's dive in.
We build tooling for all developers. So I first want to talk to you about the new features we have for our low-code friends. Introducing the SOQL Query Builder, now in beta. This new tool allows you to build SOQL queries with clicks, and then if you want, extend with code. This is now available for download in the VS Code Marketplace. Let me show you how it works. Before I can start building, I need a Salesforce project set up, and this is one that I already have ready to go. I also need to be connected to a Salesforce org. One of the great features of our extensions is the org picker, which allows me to see what org I'm currently connected to and also lets me switch between orgs and authenticate to new ones. I want to query against my Scratch org, which is called eBikes, so I'm ready to go. To use the builder, I need to create a .sockle file. Let's call this one demo.sockle. Then I can open up the file with the builder by right-clicking and using the command palette. I want to see a list of the products by category that we are selling on our website. I first select my object from this dropdown. Because I'm connected to the org, I have access to every standard and custom object available, and I can query against that data. If I don't have permissions to see an object for some reason, I will not see it in the dropdown, nor will I be able to run a query against it. Our VS Code extensions recognize the same permissions as the org itself to protect you and your customers. In this case, I want to query against a custom object named product, and I want to select the fields that I care about, which are name and category. I also want to see my output ordered by category, which I use this order tool for. I want to see the results in ascending order, and I want to see the null results last. As you can see, as I click, a query is being written for me in the preview pane. The underlying text.sockle file is available to me in my script/sockle folder. If I want to do something more advanced, like join another data set, I can navigate over to the file and use the text editor to finish writing my query. With just a few clicks, I was able to build a query, and now I want to run it here right in VS Code. This makes it easy to check my work and get answers to my questions fast. I also now have the option to save my output in my preferred format. I want a CSV, so I choose that option, and this gets saved in my script/sockle/sockle results folder, which actually was automatically created for me because this is the first time I've exported results. Powering the builder is a new Sockle language server that we are currently building. This is going to upgrade the Sockle experience for everyone, whether you prefer coding in the editor or using the builder. As I said, we just launched the builder in beta, and the new Sockle language server is currently in development. We are actively adding to these projects as we speak, and our project is now open source on GitHub. Look forward to updates as often as weekly, and let us know what you think by submitting issues on our Sockle builder repo. Another feature that is especially helpful is the org browser, which many of you are probably already using to find and retrieve your metadata, but we just made it better. I can find the org browser via the cloud icon on the activity bar. From here, I can now retrieve and open a file with just one click using this new icon. This lets me jump right into the code and is especially helpful if I need to make a really quick change and works similar to the experience in Developer Console. I just need to update my query, save it, and then click deploy, and all of my things are done and in my sandbox. By the way, have you noticed how much faster deploys and retrieves have gotten this year? We've done lots of work to make all deploy and retrieve commands faster in VS Code, especially on Windows. You should see substantial improvements, particularly for single file scenarios. This work is currently in beta. Those are a couple of things that we're making progress for in the clicks and code. Stephanie, what are the great things going on in the world of productivity?
Well, Claire, I'm glad you asked. Increasing productivity with our tools has been a big focus area this year. More than ever, we all need to be more efficient and knock things off our list more quickly. This year, we've been working on foundational elements that not only help the experience today, but set us up to iterate faster. Let's start with checking out the tooling for Lightning Web Components. Before I jump into code, I want to announce the GA of Code Preview. Code Preview allows you to build, run, and test your Lightning Web Components without deploying code to your Salesforce org. We announced the beta of this feature last year as local development and are proud to make it generally available to all with a revised name. So let's see it in action. I'll start at the Code Preview home, which I can access from VS Code. Here, I can see all the Lightning Web Components in my project. If I have multiple packages in my project, they're listed on the left, so I can explore all the components. I can search and click on one to see what it looks like. This is especially helpful in large projects that have loads of components. It can also be handy to check out a component and interact with it before you dive into code. If I want to look at another component, I can use the breadcrumbs to navigate back to the list. We've broadened our support for base components and made more modules previewable so you have a consistent local experience when using Code Preview. Let's create a new component, so let me switch to VS Code. I already have the SFDX project open, so I'll go ahead and create a new component. I'm going to name this clock, and I'll tell you more about what it does here in a minute, although you can probably guess. By the way, did you notice how quickly that component was created? Like deploy and retrieve, this is another place we've made performance improvements this year. When we built these tools, we made everything available to script and automate. That's why the CLA has been the foundation of the extensions. When you would run a command, it would start a process to execute it on the CLI. We are working to split the CLI into plugins and reusable libraries with the core logic. Both the extensions and the CLI now consume these libraries directly. This re-architecture delivers a faster experience in the extension while still allowing you to script and automate anything you want. The separation also gives you direct access to the open source libraries, so you can use them to build or extend additional tools if you wish. We've made this change for create and most of the Apex commands. We just completed the library for the deploy and retrieve commands, and it's in use in the extensions. Soon the CLI will consume that library as well. For now, you need to toggle deploy retrieve preference in VS Code to enable using the library. Soon this will be the default and no opt-in will be needed. We'll continue to work over time to expose more libraries. Okay, now back to this component. I'm creating a very simple clock component. It will allow users to see the time in the customer's time zone when they look at an account. It's a simple but helpful little component. I'm going to just finish pasting in my code. Okay, let me save this. And now let's check out the preview. I'm going to right click and choose the preview command. For this one, I'll choose desktop. Now let me just rearrange my windows so you can see both the preview and VS Code. Ooh, looks like my code has an issue. Luckily, Code Preview is telling me the error and where to find it in the code. It even has a handy link that will take me back to VS Code, open to the file and line number that has the error. I clearly see my mistake here. Let me just add API to fix that and save it. And as soon as I save, the browser picks up the change and shows me the new version, allowing me to iterate quickly. I've been previewing this component in a browser window, but you can also use Android or iOS emulator to check out the mobile experience. Let's see what this one looks like on iPhone. I'm going to choose the same preview command, and this time I'm going to choose the iOS simulator. I see all the iOS versions I have set up, and for this one, let's go for iPhone 11. Now the component comes up in the iPhone simulation, so I can verify the mobile experience. Look at all I can do right from my project. Those are just a few of the latest improvements we've been working on with your productivity in mind. Claire, what else has the team been up to?
I'm glad you asked, Stephanie. Many of you probably noticed that the CLI team has been hard at work breaking up the tool belt, the monolith that includes the majority of force commands, and open sourcing groups of commands. This project is part of our ongoing dedication to open source and the perfect time for us to refactor our commands. This refactoring includes a lot of performance and reliability improvements, which we hope will make using the CLI more powerful. While doing this work, we have also taken the opportunity to update the hierarchy of commands where it makes sense. For example, the auth commands now have their own namespace. To authenticate to your org, you now run SFDX auth web login instead of SFDX force auth web login. This is part of our larger unification effort across the platform for tooling. As more tools come to the platform, you will be able to authenticate to all of your environments that you need to get your job done with one CLI. And some of those tools don't make sense under the Force namespace. For example, in the future, you'll be able to authenticate to functions environments with the same auth command that you use to authenticate to an org. Don't worry about your scripts though. We have aliased all of these updates so your old syntax will continue to work. We have also introduced a couple of new commands, config unset and alias unset, which are handy commands that let you manage your config variables and your aliases right in the terminal. As I mentioned, we are open sourcing each set of command in our Salesforce CLI organization on GitHub. This way, anyone in the community can look at our code and if they have improvements, put forth a PR. So far, we have open sourced the alias, auth, config, limit, schema, and user commands, and we are actively working on more. In the Force.com GitHub organization, we also have those source deploy and source retrieve libraries open source that Stephanie was talking about earlier. The VS Code extensions have always been built in the open, and so far this year, we have over 30 community contributions. We truly appreciate all of this work, and we want to thank everyone who has contributed. Please keep it coming. The CLI team has been really focused on breaking up our monolith, and we suggest you do the same. We work really closely with the other teams in developer services to bring you a great developer experience, and that includes packaging. Recently, the packaging team has introduced org-dependent unlock packages as a way for teams with large legacy orgs with lots of interdependent metadata to break up their code into packages. Using the org-dependent flag when running the package create command, you can create packages that are dependent on unpackaged metadata that is in the org. That is a mouthful, but it is super powerful. These packages enable you to package metadata without completely accounting for all of the metadata dependencies. This is a great way to start breaking up your orgs and getting the benefit of faster deployments by logically grouping your metadata. Org-dependent unlock packages are in beta with an expected GA of spring 21. Try them out in the CLI today. The packaging team also recently introduced the most sought-after enhancement for packaging ever. You can now delete packages and package versions. So this should allow you to unclutter those orgs with all of those test packages you created. You can run the force package delete or force package version delete commands to perform these actions as long as you have the delete second generation packages permission. This is one less excuse not to try out packaging. Finally, I want to mention one more thing about the CLI and Salesforce projects. We now support multiple package directories in the same Salesforce projects. For many teams who are attempting to break up their orgs with either packaging or just want to logically group their metadata into directories, they often struggle with deploying and retrieving that metadata because they want to have everything in the same project. This is now no longer an issue and is supported in the CLI. When setting up your project.json file, you just need to list your package directories in the order you wish to deploy them, accounting for your dependencies.
Thanks for listening. We hope you enjoyed the updates and will find these features useful. Head over to our GitHub repo and give us feedback directly. We didn't have time to cover everything going on in tooling, but you can also check out the developer blog to get more updates until we meet again. Take a picture of this slide to learn more and get started.
Dun & Bradstreet's Optimizer for Salesforce helps continuously improve and maintain CRM data quality. With D&B Optimizer, you can set custom rules for automated data hygiene, clean and enrich records to make your data more accurate, and build hierarchies to identify your best sales opportunities, all within Salesforce. Check out Dun & Bradstreet's Optimizer on AppExchange to learn more.
These days, businesses need to succeed for all of us. It isn't enough anymore to defeat the competition. Winning isn't really winning if it's just for you. That's why companies small and large have pitched in to help 1T.org plant trees around the world. It's why Salesforce created Sustainability Cloud, a tool that helps companies understand their emissions and take their sustainability to new heights. You can do the right thing and still aim high. You just need to aim high for everyone. Let's join forces, and together, we can bring doing well and doing good together.
Hi, I'm Jeanette, and this is my Customer 360 story.
Cantel is in the business of helping to save lives. We use Customer 360 to combine sales and service and the customer experience to make sure that our customers and our patients are taken care of. Our field service technicians have work orders dispatched to them, which they look at on their iPad. They'll be able to see what customer needs service, what machine or equipment needs service, and they're able to work with that customer to schedule when that work will be completed. It helps them plan their day, helps them plan their week or even their month. It allows them to get a complete picture of the customer and make sure that we are taking care of everything that needs servicing. When I think about Salesforce, the words that immediately come to mind: collaboration, trust, transparency, family. Nothing is more important to us than the customer experience. That's the most important thing to our business. We want happy customers, we want happy patients, and we want healthy patients.
Hello and welcome back to the Trailblazer Lounge. Can you believe it? I think we're finally in the home stretch, Natisha. It's almost over. I know, right? Like, Trailblazers.
Yeah.
Let me see. Who am I going to pick on? Mia, what's been your favorite part of being in the Trailblazer Lounge today?
I think definitely the great people that I got to meet across the APAC.
I think that's a call for another high five.
Oh, yeah, high five.
Awesome. And Mithul, I want to know, how was your day today with us? My day was fantastic, fun, and full of learning.
I love it.
Awesome. That's amazing.
Joanne, you're still awake in New Zealand. It's like after 8 p.m. It's definitely quitting our clock time. What have you enjoyed most today?
I have to agree with Mia. What an amazing community that we have internationally, and it is such an awesome opportunity to actually be able to get out and be part of that community. So hey, yay, thanks, and big ups, team, big ups.
Big ups.
Awesome. And Jigar, how was your day and what did you think?
It was absolutely phenomenal. I'm just trying to stay up with the energy, and great meeting all the wonderful people across the APAC region.
Amazing. Thank you.
All right, Kel, can you say more than one word, Perth, and tell me what you had fun with today?
It's just a great experience, and it's a great way to set off a Christmas party.
Indeed.
Alrighty, and Mira, you were amazing today. And what was your favorite part?
I just loved everything, Nitisha. Like, it was really amazing to meet everyone here, and it's just great.
Amazing. That's awesome.
All right. Well, Trailblazer Lounge, I think we're officially coming to a close. Thank you to all the Trailblazers. We've had so much fun. Thank you for bringing your energy and your community spirit. Mwah. It's been wonderful. Bye. Bye, Trailblazers.
Bye. Bye.
All right, we have some postcards that we are going to check in on. Still coming in. Show me those postcards. There we go. A second Dreamforce. Look at that. Love it. Happy smiling faces. And there we've got Smitha. Thank you for being with us today, Smitha. Matt, looking cool with the shades. Yeah. And Nida. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong, but thank you for sending us a postcard. Natisha, I think that's it for me.
That's amazing. We had loads of fun with you all today. I hope you did too. Thank you very much for being a part of the Trailblazer Lounge and joining us live from all different places of the world. Also, a special thanks for bringing up all the fun and excitement in the Trailblazer Lounge today. Again, Megan, you have been an amazing host, and thanks a lot for being here today. And with this, don't go yet. We do have a special musical show with Win Butler and Regine Shazan of Arcade Fire.
Thank you to Salesforce for having us. We're excited to be playing Dream TX. We got a couple songs for you coming to you live from New Orleans, Louisiana. All right. 1, 2, 3. Shout out Soul Rebels. Shout out Preservation Hall Jazz Band. Shout out the Pinettes. or the Arcade Fire. Right. stars. I'm singing, push your money on me. If you think I'm losing you, you must be crazy. All your money on me. Never gonna let you go, even when it's easy. Put your money on me. Tuck me into bed and wake me when I'm dead. I know that you gotta be free, but I'm never gonna let it go. All my presents are broken before they're open, and the promises, the second they're spoken. I know I've been different, my skin keeps shedding. My mother was crying on the day of our wedding, and trumpets of angels call for my head. I fight through the ether and I'll quit when I'm dead. If you wanna know who'll be there in the end, when you bury me, baby, I'll still be your friend. I'm singing, put your money on me. If you think I'm losing you, you must be crazy. All your money on me. Never gonna let you go, even when it's easy. Put your money on me. But tuck me in the bed and wake me when I'm dead. I know that you gotta be free, but I'm never gonna let it go. Put your money on, all your money on me. I know it's not the last time. Put your money on, all your money on me. I know it's not easy. Put your money, all your money on me. I know it's not the last time. Put your money, all your money on me. I know it's not easy. Your money, all your money, all your money on me. Put your money, all your money, all your money on me. Afterlife. Oh my God, what an awful word. After all the breath and the dirt and the fires are burnt. After all this time, after all the ambulances go, and after all the hangers-on are done hanging on in the dead light of the afterglow. I've gotta know, can we work it out? We scream and shout till we work it out. advice had nothing at all to do with life. I've gotta know, can we work it out? If we scream and shout till we work it out, can we just work it out? If we scream and shout till we work it out, but you say, when love is gone, where does it go? And you say, when love is gone, where does it go? We know it's gone, but where did it go? We know it's gone, but where did it go? And where did it go?
This show was amazing. Now, before we wrap up today, I welcome back Arundhati to say a few final words about Dream TX.
Wow, that was a lot of innovation and I hope a lot of learning. Thank you all for your participation in the entire Dream TX that we brought to you digitally this time. I hope you felt that the time was well spent. Thank you again for your collaboration with us and your belief and trust in us. Let us work together the way we have in the past and create even newer horizons and newer things as we go along. Thank you again very much, and I hope all of you have a great new year.